Hello. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. Welcome on in. Mirrored Cat, hello. Tommy Scorpio. Inquisitive Minds, so adorable. Hello, Pookie. Astrophotography, Emre, how you doing? Astro Beard, good to see you on in here. My name is Tom, I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we have clouds. However, we're going to do some fun things on the channel tonight. At least I hope it's going to be fun. A little bit of... I'm monitoring my microphone. I should be... No, Astro Beard can be... He can be the beard. That's fine. There's plenty of beards to go around. I have to turn down my audio monitor here. Hearing myself is actually weird. There we go. I'm slightly out of focus. Am I in focus now? The wall is. Ay, ay, ay. This isn't where I should be in focus. A little better? Maybe we'll check that out in a second. I don't know. Somebody bumped it. Aw, thank you. Thank you. Lux, how you doing? Lily Whispers, welcome on in. How you doing tonight? Good to see you guys on in here. Perfect pronunciation on your name. Excellent. All right, cool. Wonderful to have you guys in here with me tonight. We got our rainy day astronomy session, and that usually means that all sorts of things are all over the place. Everything's up for grabs. We have some new channel point rewards. We have some what else we got going on here? We have a phone that isn't muted yet. All sorts of bits. Yes. Currently ending your Andromeda session. All right, cool. Now, is it Dark Art awful? Dr. Cart awful? Hello. Let me know how I should address you. If you want Doctor, Dark Art. I might go with Dark Art for now. Right, if I'm not totally in focus, I do apologize. I could put on autofocus, but then that's way too far to reach. Currently ending... you're on your Andromeda session. Excellent. We have some new followers to the observatory. We got some new... quite a few new people who have come in here. Who's the last one we remember seeing? There's Standalone Evil. There's Zaref. Evie, I Choose You. Marisol Gaming. Welcome on in. Lily Whispers, a new member of the observatory. Good to see you on in here tonight. Loving the whole concept of this channel. Well, I'm glad you do already. A new fan is always great. We are under heavy clouds, so there is unfortunately no chance of any new images coming out tonight. But we will, we'll do what we can. Try to have some fun, look at some old images, try out some new things here. We do have, I am going to try to arrange a Discord call with Emre at Astrophotography, who does a very similar type of channel out in Turkey. So that is a cool thing that there's more people doing this. He's been doing this longer than I have. I still feel I'm a fresh face on the block here. Wade, how you doing, dude? Good to see you on here tonight. Wish it was in Turkey. The quality is great there. You're in London. Well, there we go. You are Turkish. Well, I'm going to muck things up. Hey. Apologies. Get the geographic location correct there. tonight you just ate lunch. Sorry, you're out in. You're midwestern United States. Anyway, for those of you who are not familiar with Mr. Wade Prunty, he is part of the Clear Skies Network, which Oceanside Photo and Telescope run a wonderful network of astrophotographers, and they run telescopes as well that have, they have users all around the globe. So it's pretty much, it could be a 24-hour channel that works out there. Seriously, what did I do? What did I do, dude? Seriously. In Texas. All right, hopefully all is doing well. I mean, we just caught you on the Clear Skies Network last night. So that was I guess it was kind of this morning for me. It was a late morning or an early night. I don't know. Let's see. We running on a few hours sleep. If only those clouds would go away. That's true. It's just, it seems like it's nonstop. We're having like these tiny breaks of clouds coming in, and that's about it. We need like at least a week, a nice week of clear skies, so there can be a little more fine tuning done with the equipment as well. I think that's kind of important, because I think there are a few aspects that could really improve with with everything kind of going on with our setup, and just kind of make some smaller improvements there. But yeah, until then, we have old images to kind of look back on and really just kind of check out what has happened in the past. I like to have as many of the of the old images there. And the moon is always a nice target to look at, because it's something nice and familiar for everybody. That's easy to access, and we like to show it in great detail. Yeah, I saw when Galactic Hunter, when Antoine and Dahlia jumped in on the chat there. It was cool seeing them start their foray into Twitch. See how far they go on in there. James Vade, how you doing tonight, dude? It's snowing out there. Well, we still got some snow. Still see some snow in the back garden here. A tiny little bit, but looks like by the end of the week, we're getting up to like almost 12 degrees come Thursday. And right now, Thursday looks like it could be clear, but we're bookended on either days with rain. So I'm not quite sure how well that's going to hold up. So all the snow is going to be gone, and that will probably be it for the amount of snow that we have in the UK right now. Nerdstoke, hey, looks cold. It's a little chilly. We're probably sitting at about maybe -1 degree Celsius at the moment. But fortunately, we are loaded up with clouds as well. So it's so windy for Lux, so windy for you. Got the forecast says it feels like -17, and that's rare in the Adriatic Sea. Like the coldest I have felt was about -52, and that was in the Northern Territories of Canada, and that was a different kind of cold. It was very dry. It's like everything, like mustaches instantly froze, and like there wasn't even any chance of any runny noses happening, because it would just freeze right up in there. Feeling like -5. Yeah, what do we got? What's the rest of our forecast say? We actually got some wind gusts coming up here. 20 miles an hour, feeling like -8 overnight. And that's feeling a little chilly. Texas around 20 degrees Fahrenheit in July and August. It'll be about 95 degrees at midnight. There's like no chance of getting any cameras cooled down to sub-zero temperatures then. only in Celsius. Well, you know, I've tried to. We'll be inclusive, foreign and domestic weather. You know, the one thing that we can definitely agree on for things in terms of the weather is that we all want clear skies. That's about it. Clear skies, good seeing, and then we'll be able to get some nice astro imaging sessions in there for sure. Here, Google does all the translations. Right, so what we want to do tonight is, I was saying that I was going to pick out some image to process. That was probably going to be the California Nebula. I have not looked for that file yet, so that's going to take a little while to get sussed out there. But we'll kind of get that going as and when it's early on. It's early in the stream. I want to thank you guys once again for tuning in tonight. And for those of you who are new to the channel, Burgess Lab, as an example, there we go. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And yeah, we have some small little improvements that have been going on the channel there. And yeah, switched up our alert as well for the followers. I'm still kind of going to tweak that a little bit, but that's kind of where I want it to be. So I think there's only one more standard base alert, and that is just for the bits donations. But I do have stuff lined up for that will kind of scale in terms of any donations of bits. And yeah, I think at that point we have everything kind of customized to where I want to go with it there, and then just keep on improving, because there's still tons that I still want to do on the channel. There's a lot of different channel point rewards, a lot of different options in terms of those who are subscribing to the channel, those who are donating to the channel. Like I said, anything that does come in, that goes towards astrophotography gear. Anything I can do to bring you guys more interesting images of the night sky, do the imaging sessions longer, that's what that money is going to go towards. And you know, kind of in return of just bringing you guys images, or other aspects that I want to start rolling in for those who are, you know, those who are donating consistently to the channel, and I appreciate that support so much. Yeah, just some other options that we can do, to just kind of increase have me give you back a little more than what you're giving, you know, because I'm happy to sit here in the kitchen, in my studio, and you know, ramble on about astronomy, but at the same time, I just want you guys to feel that you're more a part of things, because especially when we're taking images and we're waiting for those shots to come through, there's that anticipation of what's going to come out the other end of the camera. Is it going to be interesting? Has the guiding been good? Has it been a total failure? Is there something interesting beyond what we're actually looking at, such as other galaxies that are billions of light years away? You know, that's what I think is probably one of the coolest things to happen recently, is just really looking deeper into our images there, especially as it was with the it wasn't with the Needle Galaxy, was it? No, it was the UFO Galaxy. That was this one here. That within this image, there are other galaxies, not just this one that was about 36 million light years away, but there's other tinier fuzzies in here that are over 1 billion light years away. You know, so it's always finding those interesting things, you know. So that's what I want to be able to do, is you know, to celebrate these things. And you know, as such, there is a new channel point reward that I think is kind of fun. One Life on Twitch. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? So yeah, something like this. little channel point reward. I am a big video game nerd. There are other hidden things on the site that may involve certain video games or something like that. But yeah, just something like that. It's a custom text message there. Limited to like 30 characters on there. But yeah, just if there's something kind of cool happens on here, it's just a fun little thing to add to the channel there. I saw it used with Ghost in the Machine, and he was using the old Xbox 360, kind of a retro throwback there. So yeah, it was. You want that as well? I'll happily share what I've got on there. You're doing good, excellent. Well, thank you for jumping on in here tonight. We're looking at some old images. We are looking to implement some couple of new features on this site. There's some couple new channel point rewards as well that we've added on here. And yeah, we like to take images of the night sky. This was a 10-minute exposure of a galaxy that was about 39 million light years away. But like I said before, all the interesting bits are these faint fuzzies in the image, not these points of light, but these little fuzzy areas, which are other islands of stars, other galaxies, hundreds of millions of light years, if not billions of light years away. So that's what we like to do on here. That requires some serious dynamic background extraction. I think with enough integration time on there, that we could really start to see a little more brightness in those objects, and try to, like I said, just isolate them from the background there and really get a good highlight. So I think this is also one of the targets that could be available for a fair portion of the night. And if that's possible, then what I may try to do is on one of our live astrophotography sessions is actually get really do a long integration time on this galaxy at least, because there's so much beyond here. And even in a section just in the arm of the galaxy, there is another galaxy behind that one, almost 4 billion light years away. Because this is only a 10-minute exposure, we're not going to be able to resolve the two galaxies in this image, because it's just going to be it's just you're not gonna see that in that short of an exposure time there. What do you think about GHGB instead of LRGB for galaxies? I've got to say I'm not familiar with the GHAB. So green, hydrogen alpha, green, blue. Yeah, I got the one-shot color. Only one-shot color for now. For now, there's only the one-shot color camera, but I definitely do want to invest in a monochrome camera, and that would kind of be when there is more of a permanent setup available, that I can have that scope kind of ready to go, and just try to have that option to have just more imaging time without just roll off a roof, open up the dome or something like that, and just fire away with that. You got a spare 1600mm Pro. Do you now? Don't tempt me. No, go on. Now we'll see. I think right now where we're at, I think everything is good. I think it would definitely be need a second mount as well. So as long as, well, Mrs. Canuck knows what I want to buy, what I can essentially afford, but we'll see. The body has like 4 kidneys you can sell, right? Right? All right, so what is also here, actually this is worked into a very good segue, talking about what we're looking at in this image with all these other bits around the galaxy. There's so much to see in a single image. And, you know, I can be pointing out something, but there may be something that maybe I'm not exactly noticing or highlighting, or maybe there's something else that you guys think is kind of interesting. So what I want to do, Emre, if you are available now, if we may as well kind of roll through this and try to get this heat map sorted out. And I'm going to try to get Discord to work properly, if that's cool. Let's see. Prutz, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. All right. Not sure if I can enable this while I'm already live. Okay, that may be a thing. May have goofed up there. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Let's open up the extensions. All right, Emre, if you refresh, that should be on there now. So at least that's active. If that's active, then maybe we can kind of, unless I have totally botched it up, and then I may have to revisit this. All right, so now change the heat map on the heat.java JavaScript. Add as a browser resource into a scene. All right. Okay, so it's changed the heat map on the java.js. All right, does the JavaScript just have to be just on my system? Is that all I need to? Spaceberry, hello. Spaceberry, how you doing tonight? Welcome on in. We're going to see some alien spaceships today? Probably not. We are loaded up with the clouds at the moment. So unless they're going to drop below the cloud line, I think we're probably not going to have... we're not going to have any chances there. Alright, let me save these files. Doing all right. Loving the weekends. The weekends are good. The weekends are a time to take as much time off as possible. Unlurk. Lux, welcome on back. You moved over to the Rosette. Excellent. All right, open the Heat.js with an editor. Alrighty. New. All right, sorry, Heat.js. Let me. Are you okay to start a voice call there, Emre? All right. Because I want to get this worked out, because I did see it in action on Astrophotography's channel the other day, and that was kind of cool because you get a really cool idea of what everybody's doing on there. All right, let's see if this is going to work. Hello, how are you? Not too bad. Yes. Yep, I got that on there. Yeah. That was on the. Sorry, which number was it on the notepad? All right. Yep. Okay, my ID got that. All right, just that one. All right. All right. Any scene or? let's see there. Let's we'll get this. We'll get that there. So here's also the wonders of having a new PC setup, that nothing is in the place where I left it before. Where did that go? Yeah. All right. I am going to. I don't know where that file went. All right. I'm going to save that again. Because of course that on the wrong screen here. Oh, okay, that's where it should be. All right. Alistair Riddick, how you doing tonight? All right, so that is set to the size of the browser, or my window here. Yeah. All right, and that's it for that. I see things, I see. All right. And that's it? All right, so then I can turn that on and off at yeah. 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 And that's it. Awesome. Well, there we go. Thank you so much. All right, talk to you soon. Bye. All right. There we go. We all have our little pointers on here. we can interact with the stream right now. I'm going to I'll leave that up. We'll have it going. Once again, Emre, Astrophotography, thank you so much for the help. Appreciate that. Apologies if the audio wasn't working there. Didn't have the all the audio sources sorted out. But yes, thank you so much. Appreciate that immensely. So that is going to add a nice little extra dimension to things. And I will enable that when, well, I'll leave it on for now. You guys can play with the heat map on there. I don't know how well it works on mobile. I don't know if it's just No, you just rickrolled your friend. I think there needs to be a new kind of rickroll. I think rickrolling is not so much as played out, but what's the glowing thingy at the bottom of your outside cam? That would be me not having the blinds down as far as they should be. Browser source should be on top of everything. Alright, that would be... There we go. There we go. That works. I like that I can see it on here as well. That's cool. When you click on the same place, it just bounces. Excellent. I'm pretty sure that nobody's ever going to abuse this option on here at all. Never. Sure. This is, yeah, totally fine. Purple is yours. It's a cool little thing. So, you know, when we are looking at the galaxies now, at least there is that extra little bit of interaction. So I do believe this is with, it may just be with those who are on desktop. I'm not too sure if mobile works. Or if they'll maybe try to get it implemented. I don't know. There's an option for it on here. I don't know. There's an option for it on here. Oh, let's listen to me. BR Breadline. Hi, got a question on astronomy. Yeah, fire away. How are you doing tonight? What causes redshift? Don't think they did from mobile. It's more like a desktop experience. It seems so. I mean, there's options on mobile. The Doppler. There you go. Thank you. The Doppler effect is that's kind of like relative to the viewer. So if something is far away, it is going to be what light waves are going to be longer and longer. Whereas if something is kind of coming towards you relative to your position, you are going to see the light will be kind of shifted towards the blue end of the spectrum. It's just a lot more intense. So in short, the Doppler effect is what is causing redshift. So, I mean, there's a funny little comic on our Discord that is it kind of succinctly illustrates the Doppler effect. Where was that posted there? There we go. So on our You'll see icons, but you can't click around. Is it certain that there's only one single cause of redshift, not two shift, one shift, two shift, red shift, blue shift? All right, that one's my mouse that we can see on here. That one doesn't count. If we were going for the one shift, two shift, red shift, blue shift, that's hilarious. If there is a genuine question about that, I am not sure. If we may be taking into account the cosmic expansion, would that or that's still kind of work within the Doppler effect? Kevlar, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. What if there was no cosmic expansion? Interesting. BR Breadline. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you along with us here. Lux, you got some wind is too strong there. It's you're going after the rosette right now. What exposures are you using at the moment? Oh, there's so many hands. I like this. This is good. More people are touching their screens. Yeah, then we need to find another way of explaining why everything in the cosmos is drifting far away from each other, and that is not for my. That is out of my field of or my realm of knowledge as well. Definitely feels like you're not alone with hands. That's it. Everybody's just kind of hanging out here. That's cool. I see you have that. You have this turned on for you as a channel point reward too, don't you? I think I'm actually going to have to turn that into a button as well that I'm going to press, because right now it's kind of hiding within my nested scene for everything else that's around here. Manual and channel reward. That's cool. Yeah, I'll put that in as a. I think I'm going to do the same as well, and yeah, I will also, if you're interested, I will send you over what I have for that achievement unlocked reward. If you're interested, I saw it. Like I said, I saw it on Ghost in the Machine. He's an Australian variety streamer, and like an insane setup on his channel. And actually, what's interesting about Ghost is that he started on Twitch. He went over to Facebook for about a month and a half, maybe 2 months, and yeah, he came back to Twitch, and it was just, I think there wasn't as much Facebook was greater for discovery. There just wasn't, I don't know, just the community, the longevity of things. So he's back on Twitch, and it's good to see him on there. Prinskowski, ahoy! How are you doing? Welcome on in. Is that the guy when he moves his hands? That's desynchro, I believe. Because that's when I see he uses the using the RTX, the NVIDIA broadcast. Is it really insane? Not sure about that. Check him out. He's got a fun channel. He's like Putzi with a larger room. How about that? But he doesn't dance. There's no dancing with Ghost. But yeah, so those of you who are new to the channel, those who are just coming on in, welcome on in. Good to see you guys in. If you're wondering what all these little tiny blips are on the screen, if you're on a desktop, we have just installed the heat map where it'll recognize where you're pointing. And there's one that's moving up over there. Recognize where you're pointing. So if we are looking at something kind of cool on the screen, you know, you can point it out and see, and I will let you know what it is if I don't go moving the images around. And looks like your neighbor is not on the stream today. No, that light is rarely turned off. We did see it turn off once. That was kind of cool. That would have been an achievement to unlock there. Neighbor turns off light. Hey, who's poking down there? Definitely. There we go. And that would be one. I don't know. Hopefully that one can get a little traction with that. I think that's fun. It was kind of it's a bit of a cool little gag. But it took me forever to kind of get things sorted out with that there. But that is using a combination of After Effects and Leorn board. But it's, I think the biggest thing was figuring out why I was getting like a null message that came up every time. But we got it working. So that was probably about maybe 20 minutes before everything was going live. But we got it all working there. And I managed to get 2 new channel rewards on here. So kind of the more passive things to do on the channel while we're waiting for an image to come through. There's one. Boom! There we go. I like it. It's the nerdy things. I want to add more little things like that. No more switching the resolution of stream. What do you mean? Is there only the option of 1080-60? Because if I didn't hit a button to allow for more options there, I do apologize. If you're all forced to watch it at the higher resolution, that was not my intention. Do those things get recorded? No, but I would like to be able to do that. I'm pretty sure there's something that I could have in Leorn board that would spit it out. Yeah, I didn't know if there's something I could pick in the settings for output. Yeah, with the to allow for lower resolutions. But if it is only for partner, then no, we're just gonna have to make partner. So it is only 1080-60. I'll check the if there's anything else that we can do. Only asking because I knew it was there earlier. The 1080p is new. This is probably maybe only the third stream with this upgrade on here. So we're actually running it able to kind of run consistently with the system. I've had no problems yet. So yeah, non-partner streamers like myself and Emre, we're assigned to a random stream server every time we start. Some has options and some don't. I will check as well because I did pick the server with the lowest, or with the best settings there, the lowest ping rate. So that way there is. Try to get as the lowest amount of latency as possible. That was one of those things on Nutty's YouTube channel where he was talking about just trying to pick. So instead of getting picked into random servers where it might end up being a little lower if you're too far away from it. I guess being in London, it probably won't be that bad because we're not that far away from anything really. There's a chance if we restart the stream, we might see multiple resolutions. Yeah, we'll play that game for random streams. Your Ethernet is dying. Need a registered nurse. Oh no. Usually, like waving your phone around will help you get better reception, improve things. Maybe it'll work with your computer or your laptop. Just wave it around in the air. So yeah, so if I were to go back into the nested scenes, so if I turn it off, it just hides it. Everybody's still there. Alright, cool. So it doesn't actually do anything. Pardon me. Jumping from 1 to 40 second latency and buffering. Oh no! If you enable shutdown when it's not active, then everybody goes down. Alright. So yeah, if I could just turn off the visibility, just wave my 20 kilos of PC. Yeah, just if you start doing that often, then that's a free gym membership there. Trying to get a better signal, but just waving your PC around. I'm pretty sure that's not bad for any of the internal components whatsoever. Alright, I'm going to leave that on for now because it's kind of cool. And it looks like little bits of confetti just hanging there as well. But no, glad we got that sorted out. Appreciate that so much. That is there's a fun little bit of the luckiest cat. Hello, how you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing tonight? How's it going? How was your stream tonight? What were you up to? And your GPU gets cooled for free. That's it. You just kind of wave it around. You're good. Alexandru 2, the sequel. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Adam the Mod. Hello. Hello, how are you doing? Finishing up my Science Saturday stream talking about non-Newtonian fluids. Oh, excellent. Adam the Mod, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? And the luckiest cat, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Guys, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And whenever the skies are clear, we are sharing live images of the night sky. However, tonight we got cloudy skies. So we have our regular rainy day astronomy session where we just will talk about astrophotography and astronomy in general, and just kind of shoot the breeze about whatever's kind of going on with science at the moment. And for those of you if you're wondering what all these little dots are on here, we have installed the heat map. Thanks to Emre, Astrophotography down there, you guys are now actually able to point out what we're looking at on the stream. So if there is something kind of cool, something interesting in the image that we're looking at that I may not be pointing out, you can let me know. I was talking about doing an Astro topic stream next weekend, so this is a super cool stream you're doing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This is something I really wanted to ask about. Ask away. I have been studying astronomy independently for the past 4 years, and been doing astrophotography for about the same amount of time. But I've always had an interest in space, in imaging. So it's what I want to be able to share with you guys, and I've kind of created the means to be able to do this with my remote controlling my telescope from the back garden. I've heard it's feasible to make a homemade radio telescope in your backyard. Is that true? Where should I start? You can. You can kind of use like chicken wire, because the radio waves are going to be much larger than the material that you are using to capture there. As far as building one, I am not too sure. There is actually another streamer who pretty much has it's an always on channel. Let's see, and it'd be funny if it's actually not on right now. They're not always at the helm, but I'm going to drop them a shout out because I think it's kind of cool on here. Yeah, they run this channel here. They run a home radio telescope. And I think if you want to check out what they're doing, definitely they're going to have. It looks like they have the means to get a really good answer for you on there. I would be very interested as well to see what their setup actually looks like. Have I seen the pulsar imaged on the Crab Nebula? We have imaged the Crab Nebula. There was a couple of cool things that were recently shown about the Crab Nebula. There was a 3D visualization that was, I don't know if it was recently released or just kind of I guess the resolution was improved or the information was improved on there, but there was also an animation of the Crab Nebula being imaged over the last 10 years on Astro. The background of the stream used the Ring and Iris Nebula that you took pictures of. You, luckiest cat, you also do astrophotography as well? So yeah, the camera, we are using a 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope and a ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro camera to do our imaging. And usually we are kind of shooting in narrowband, but recently, because we have kind of shifted to which essentially for my view out of my back garden, it's kind of a galaxy season has come early, because everything out to the west I have absolutely no views of. But we have imaged the Crab Nebula as well, and it's really this past year has been really interesting for astrophotography for me, because there is so many more targets that I haven't taken the chance to image, and now with this combination of scope and camera, that it's just kind of opened up a whole new area of the night sky for me. And there's a lot of images that we've kind of shown that are pretty much brand new to me as well. Here's our image of the crab. There we go. That was we do 10-minute single. Most of the time, it is a single 10-minute exposure of the images that we're trying to find here. All right, Astro, you just followed Crash G. Excellent. There comes a point in the hobby when you try to explain to your wife why you should emigrate to the Atacama Desert. If I say that to Mrs. Canuck, she'll just be like, all right, that's nice, dear. She's very cool with the, she doesn't always understand what I'm going on about, but she is very supportive. And if I said I'm going to the Atacama Desert for a few weeks, yeah, she'll be fine. That'll also leave an office open for her to do any kind of sewing projects. Tips on persuasion, asking for a friend. Always have tea or chocolate or some kind of food handy. It's bribery. You did it for a lab in the fall, and you're working on fixing your own telescope at home. Excellent. The pulsar would be, I guess, about as far as the image we can zoom. That would be right in there. It should be. I think the longest you did for the iris was 2 minutes. I think there are some targets that really that shooting them for a short amount of time can be a little more beneficial. There have been some planetary nebula we've imaged where I've almost like blown out the whole image there, and we really had to kind of back things off. Can I share my pictures in your Discord? Fire away. Happy to see more images kind of come out in the Discord there. If the message hasn't popped up, that is our link to the Discord. So yeah, this was imaged with a tri-band filter, which is a narrowband filter that's combining the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, hydrogen beta, just in about 7 nanometer increments. And it's fantastic for this one-shot color camera because you're able to eliminate a lot of the light pollution and get a lot more detail in emission nebulae, supernovas, stellar nurseries like the Orion Nebula. We have imaged that. I think that has been imaged with both filters now. I have to go back and check our files there. Pause the session in the wind. The winds are too strong for the scope. It has a lot of wobble. Not even a 30-second exposure is doable. That's also always really frustrating, is when we have clear skies and it's way too windy out. I've had that a couple of times where we've had some sessions there. The only saving grace was that while we had high winds, we did have we were pretty much at a full moon at that point, so we could kind of go to a target that's all right if there's a little wobble, especially looking at the moon live. It's any movement, it's all right. It's acceptable, But yeah, for doing any long exposures, and unfortunately, for 30 seconds, also getting ruined. That's always a bit of a bummer. Share the pictures you made. Oh yes, Emre. I want to see. Be excited to see how that image turned out there. Because I was watching a whole bunch of streams, and I just kind of had to step away from the screens for a while. If we're counting how many screens I have active at the moment, there are 5, counting my mobile phone. One screen is just my light box. Putting the Mac to good use. You got to convert it from fits. No worries. That's cool. And I keep saying this all the time. I really have to sort out our Discord a little more, because there should be. I want to get some more files in the subscribers section there, because I think there's only a couple that are available right now, and I also want to make sure that they are easily accessible. So we don't have to keep approving access as well. You'd have a more open file system available there. Do you always use the exposing to the right? Not sure. Exposing to the right. All right, let's see. You might go out in 2 hours if the winds calm down. Hopefully the winds are going to calm down, because Yeah, Discord's 8 megabyte file limit is annoying. I do have 3 months of Discord Nitro available, and I'm not sure if it even is going to be enough to kind of put some of these files are like, you know, almost like 100 megabytes, I think. Exposing to the right is a technique adjusting exposure of image as high as possible base ISO without causing unwanted saturation. I have not heard this term before. Image exposed to the right and histogram details and the shadows are already discernible and the flowers are fully recoverable. I have not seen this, so I would bring approximately 30% more details. I'll definitely look into that a little more, because if that's something we can implement with astrophotography and try to, there you go, it's more of a doing the longest exposure without overflowing the light well. I'd have to check on what some of these exposures turn out at there. Yeah, even though with the streams being in Turkish, I just like also watching sometimes of what's on there. It's always good I can get the base idea of what you're going on about there. Unless you are speaking with someone else on Discord. And then yeah, that's the instant Google Translate for that. It only works with raw images and video. Well, when we are doing our images, they're FITS files, so they are about as raw as you can kind of get an image at. All right, I do want to go back to again to our previous image the other day when we had a chance with the Orion Nebula. I always like showing the Orion Nebula because those FITS, yes. I never knew where FITS files were all my life, but when I did discover them, I think it was pretty cool. Emmanuel Tourists, welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How you doing tonight? All right, when some experts are here, any $500 options for a scope or a lens? It depends on what you want to do. And it must have more than 8-bit, so 12 or more. The camera that we're using, I think it's 12 bits. I mean, yeah, if you're going to, I think for a lower price point, a Newtonian is going to be your better price point there. Like I said, it's always going to be almost more scope for your money. You get some good return on that there, but it does come with the extra little bit of maintenance. Emre, thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Appreciate that so much. Now you understand what the February goal is. Yes, that is. We are where are we at with that? 533 is 14-bit. There you go. So we are pretty good on that there. Yeah, pretty much with that February goal up there, that's basically kind of dictating at the point of how many subs I figure is going to cost for a new broadband filter, and that's what it's going to. That is what we're aiming to get, because currently the broadband filter I'm using is designed for a clip filter, and it's designed for the for a Canon camera, and it just needs to be like right up against the sensor. And plus, I think there's other ones that we can get. James, thank you so much for the gifted sub, and going to Prinzikowski. Thank you, appreciate it, guys. You're here for history. Thank you. You guys are incredible. It's yes. There we go. Outstanding. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate that. Well, there's February done. So yeah, it's we'll be looking to upgrade the filters. Like I said, anything that kind of comes in, this is all going towards astrophotography gear. So we're going to get I'm going to look into what everybody's saying is a good broadband filter that's going to give us some good star color, and just cut out as much of the light pollution as possible, and also just get rid of a lot of the vignetting that I have with this filter, because there are some shots where you can see that we got a square shape, and that's because there is tape on this filter that I have for the advertisement of what the filter is, because of course they do, right? So yeah, that'll be a filter that's going to have no vignetting, and any other problems are just going to be the issues with the scope. And we can see that that wind is starting to kick up there. All right, Ruby Knight. Apologies. Ruby Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you with us tonight. Let's see, was there anything I'd missed? I'm talking about the bit depth on the camera. Yeah, look and see what kind of scope, and we had some awesomeness occur. Amazing sun animation. I'm still working on that supernova kind of look there, and also to have it scale to certain events as well. But that's, again, down the road. We're gonna get things sorted out there. Broadband like the Optilong L Pro, quite possibly so. As I was showing before what we were looking at with the with some broadband filters, which would be, let me pull that up there, what I was looking at. Diedrich. I will butcher names left, right, and center. If I got one in the right, let me know. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Glad to have you in the observatory with us tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. For those of you who are new to the channel, we are usually taking live images of the night sky. However, we are stuck under clouds here in the east of England, so it is not the best kind of situation. However, we make the most of it. We have some fun on the channel. You got the L Pro and can easily say it works on Bortle 8 since it's broadband, not like narrowband. So don't expect like a 3 nanometer HA filter, but it definitely works. What I am looking for is to have something is where, you know, when we shoot the galaxies, you know, with the tri-band filter. Actually, I think the better idea is if I go over to, you know, shooting a galaxy with a broadband filter. There's just it's just you get better structure. You see more like the white stars, better star color with that there. And with the broadband filter, or sorry, with the narrowband filter, at least then we see the nebulae within certain galaxies there. But then there's also, if we go for a reflection nebula with the narrowband filter, then we're not going to really see anything. But use it for your luminance data. It's cool. The Chroma has a really good low price broadband light pollution filter. Chroma low glow light pollution filter. Right. I'll check that one out. Oh, good. I don't have to re-sign into Instagram. Hang on. Let me just sign back in here. I'm not on the... Okay. How many times have I been on the internet? Not now. Right, so the best image I can kind of show in terms of you know, what we're looking at with the you know, using the triangulum galaxy, for example, shooting with the narrowband and the broadband. You know, you're getting two same target, same scope, same focal length, same exposure time, but you do see the difference between shooting narrowband and broadband. So that is why you know, I want to be able to have those options there, and especially, you know, farther down the road, there'll be a filter wheel, there'll be an automatic focuser on there, so that we can really have a dynamic shift between all the targets that we're looking at, especially when there's the opportunity to have the band of the Milky Way going over. And I do anticipate once you know, we do switch locations eventually, that there will be more of an open sky, so I will have a larger area to kind of work with there. So I am not right now. I only have the east and a little bit of the north available, and right now it's loaded with galaxies. If I had availability to the west, then there would still be a lot more nebulae and some other galaxies to be looking at there. So right now the setup works, but you know, that's just what I want to be able to highlight, is what images that we're kind of getting out with you know, with our filters there. Chroma is quite good, expensive, but the quality is great. I think for the most part there is, pardon me, going to certain things you probably want to put a little more money into. And if it does mean that, you know, we'll even if, yeah, I'll still look into, I'll look into other filters as well. But yeah, okay, there, between 265 and 675 pounds. Now, where is this? Is this a... Oh. This is a United Kingdom. This is a UK company. Or is this just the... where does this filter come from? I just bought the Until the 3 nanometer filter. By the way, they're super new, half price of Chroma, but the tests look good. I'll let you know. All right, look forward to seeing the findings on that there. Dogs and Ducks. Hello, how are you? Is there any way you can make your stream quality options changeable, because it's locked at 1080p and it keeps stuttering on my bad Wi-Fi? I am, from what the stream has started on, I'm kind of locked on that, unfortunately. I will look into that for the next stream. I think anything is going to involve me restarting OBS. But I do apologize for that. Hopefully we'll get that sorted out. This is basically the 3rd stream on the new upgrades. So it does also kind of come down to the lottery of what server we end up on there. So Dogs and Ducks, I do apologize for that, but hopefully there will be some fits of clarity on the channel here. Hopefully that doesn't deter you from sticking around or tuning in on the next stream there. But yeah, thank you very much for popping on in there. Appreciate that. Left the even if hanging. Was waiting to see how far it would be. Left arm. Soul to the devil. Firstborn. My advanced options menu let me choose low latency. That seemed to help. Solution for that: stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I haven't done a thingy. Oh, the first comment was talking about equipment buying price. He said, even if and left it hanging. Yeah, where'd that thought go? I kind of went out somewhere. Uncle Bill! Uncle Bill, hello. How you doing tonight? How's it going? YouTube always has the multi-resolution support, and Twitch provides it randomly. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we'll get there. I mean, they'll get there as well. We'll get that sorted out. Dogs and Ducks, thanks for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I did use the restream, but then after kind of looking at the, I didn't want to rock the boat right away with Twitch. Actually, my first stream as affiliate, I did do the restream, and then I went back over the agreement, and it's saying that, it's the first 24 hours is exclusive to Twitch. I'm thinking, uh-oh, did I screw up? And then I realized that things don't always pay attention that close. Using a audio only hack myself because that bitrate is not accessible for rural mobile viewers. Yeah, I'll check out and see if there's other options there. Volcano Doc, how you doing? I'm fine. Well, thank you. Appreciate you coming on in here, guys. If you're not following Volcano Doc on her channel, you are doing yourself a disservice, because it is awesome to hear about all the about volcanology and everything else that kind of comes along with it. G4, no. No, no, no. No. Also, if you're not following Game for Paul Rowe, you're missing out on some adorable video game, retro gaming action. Doing okay. Mild case of COVID has me down for the count at the moment. I'm happy to be up and about and hanging out. Well, good to hear that you're on the mend with that. No, good to hear that you had a mild case of COVID. That's good to see you're coming on the other end of that there, though. Like it's getting, a little more. It's getting harder and harder to find someone who hasn't had a impact of COVID right now. At some juncture in at least family or friend, Couldn't look at screens for 2 days. Poopy part of being sick and not being able to play video games even. No. I think there was one time I had pneumonia years and years ago. And it to the point where it affected my vision as well. And I literally could not see straight for over a week. And that was, with nothing else to do other than just kind of recoup and not even have the option of watching TV or video games or even reading. That was, it's frustrating being, when our meat suits kind of go down for the count. And we gotta wait to recover there. No problem. If I've missed anybody for a shout out, I do apologize. I know there are some people who have some quick shortcuts that are able to do these shout outs there, but also I ramble on about things. Ping me in PM on Discord after stream. Start a thread on the Knowledge Foundation, Science and Tech. Will do. Need to move my mount inside. The winds are getting stronger. Oh, it's always frustrating when that happens there. All the tutorials you find online are written for gamers and not applicable to this kind of content. Sorry, my kiddo works at a nursing home and they had an outbreak. Now we're all sick. Just glad we're okay. So I've been listening to podcasts the past couple of days, which has been nice. And I've been trying to do that as well, catching up on certain podcasts, because I think I'm well behind on quite a few now, and it's been busy with work, and even once nighttime rolls around, sometimes I'm doing this. Well, not even just doing the streaming, just trying to upgrade things on there. Mojo Jojo, how you doing? There you go. Mojo Jojo is also another streamer, another friend of the channel. Did I shout myself out with that there? It did. But it said Game for Paul Rowe. There we go. I guess because I did the @ For real, the limitations of the meat suit are very frustrating. Looking forward to our robot bodies. I think that'll be a little bit of improvement. Nothing too crazy of an upgrade. Improving the meat cameras as well will be a massive improvement. I think that's what I want. I want to be able to switch between, look at certain wavelengths as well. That'll be a good upgrade to the robot bodies. You doing well? Good. Good to see you on in here, dude. How have you been? How have been things? There we go. Not that it matters. A new game next week. No, so don't get used to it. Or new name next week. Do we have any type of... If you had mentioned it before, it is totally got it. So it'll be it'll be a surprise to me as well. Yes, and those who have just jumped in on the channel, you're wondering what all these little bits of pointing fingers are. This is the heat map in action on here. So that when we are looking at images of the night sky, you guys can point out things. Astrophotography. Emre, gotta go. Thank you. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you for getting this, for helping me get this installed on the channel as well. That is a massive help. So it's also fun to watch you guys all. Appreciate it. One more time. If you guys aren't Astrophotography, Emre does a very similar stream as well, talking about astronomy, astrophotography, doing some image editing. Check him out when you can. And we'll catch you, if not on this stream, I will see you on one of yours. But thank you so much for your help again, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that immensely. Yeah, you guys have been absolutely fantastic, helping us also reach that goal for February. And I will have to come up with a new goal for March. I don't know what that's going to be, but we have a little bit of time to figure that out. Also, March being maybe someone's birthday month. I don't know who. But yeah, we'll see what March is going to have in store. I can subscribe every month if you're going to switch to mono. Maybe. Can we play a quick game with everyone? There is something wrong with Astro's stream. Can you spot it? It's the same fault on mine. Don't worry. All right. I mean, I am. I think I know what it is too. Check everything. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Turn off studio mode. Yep, I know what it is. Did you fix yours, G4? Music. You got something against the music, Mirrored Cat? Is it too quiet? You want it louder? I know what it is. It's not February. It's February. Where? There you go, open editor. How do I change that in there? February. There we go. Boom. Fixed. Did people find the Easter egg in the end? No. There are 3 still. There's still 3 that haven't been discovered on the channel, and there will be more added in the coming streams. I have some ideas for other things to add in there. We do have our new channel point reward with the Xbox achievement. That is one. That's kind of a freebie. I'm gonna say that one's a. No, there's still 3. There are still 3 that have yet to be discovered. Yeah, but that's not an Easter egg. It says it right on the signpost. That one doesn't count. Yeah, all the Easter eggs they're just chat commands. Something will unlock them. You know, it's got to think broadly, pop culture references. You know, like I said, I have the Xbox achievement has been added to the channel, but I'm also working on finding out a way how to have the rare achievement work out there. So that will be one to find. That one's not active yet. I just got the 2 channel point rewards going today, so that will be. Yeah, that'll be probably the next stream. I'll have the hidden rare achievement somehow. I don't know how I'm going to implement that at the moment, but we'll get that there. That's fine. No, that's what they're there for. Little fun things. And also keeping in mind, the more that you guys are searching for something, it's just giving me more ideas as well. So I do appreciate that. So yeah, but the big thing is these little fingers on the screen here. I'm going to leave it on for the stream. Sebte! Hello, how are you? My battery's dying on my keyboard. That'd be terrible. There you go, another streamer in London, another UK streamer. Check him out. What are we doing today? Today we got clouds. We are covered in clouds, so we are kind of doing the next best thing is we're kind of looking at old images, but there's also a bit of a few additions to the stream where we have all these little finger little indicators on here. That's the heat map in action. So when we are looking at something interesting in the night sky, yeah, you guys can point it out. I can turn it on and off as well. So that might be just to kind of declutter things every now and then, but it is just it's just turning it off. You got your fingers are still going to be there until we restart, and then they go away. Also, if it gets a little too populated, yeah, we're going to we just turn. I got to make a button for that as well, rather than going back into my the main scene and playing around with the settings there. They can turn it off. Okay, so you guys can turn it off as well. All right. That's cool. Yeah, a little stream tour. You know, it's I never once have I said that I am that I know what I'm doing for streaming as well, especially with OBS. There have been a lot of people who helped me along the way, And only recently have I got the Yorn board set up, so there's adding an extra little dimension to the channel, some little fun things. But yeah, that's pretty much the weather that we got going on right now. Although it's more snow right now, but we're going to get up to warmer temperatures in the week. Because that's not too loud. That's loud, eh? Want it to rain louder, that ASMR. Ooh. We got some differing opinions here. G4 thinks it's too loud. Luckiest Cat wants it louder. Took. Interesting. Yeah, the telescope it's keeping its mustache. It's keeping its face. It's hasn't changed much from Halloween. It started off as a ghost costume, but once it got the mustache, it kind of had a little bit more of a personality. So we'll leave that on there. Like I said, I was thinking about getting a hat, kind of made out of a red bin bag, but I couldn't find a red bin bag. Figured Canadian Easter egg would be toque. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. Who knows? A little maple syrup. Maybe we'll get some beaver tails. You never know. Alright, let me adjust that rain if it's... Is it really that loud? You know, like we're barely getting into the yellow. Yeah, we'll call it that. My ears are now blind. Alright, I'll keep an eye on that. It's a little loud on my end. Alright. Yes, you can click. That's that is that heat map that's working on there. My ears are blind. Sorry. I'll keep an eye on other volumes. You guys let me know if it's too loud. Like I said, I've also switched over to a new PC, so I'm still getting used to all the levels on here. But I really do appreciate the feedback that kind of comes through, nice and quick there, because if you guys don't let me know if something is up, especially with that we now have February fixed up there. Also, you really can't say February without sounding like you've had a couple of drinks. You can say February, that's fine. Police pull you over. Anything to drink tonight? Nope. What month is it? February? Out of the car, sir. License and registration. We'll just skip it and say March. You pronounce it as February. Yeah. February. It's like when nobody says Wednesday. Alright, there was I was mentioning about another image before. What was it? I was talking about doing long exposures with certain targets and things like planetary nebula, like the Clownface Nebula. Some of those I had to adjust the histogram really low on this one. to kind of bring out some of those details there. Otherwise, actually the whole thing gets blown out if you stretch it like usually how we do for nebulae and galaxies, whereas the planetary nebulas tend to be a lot brighter and almost a little more concentrated because they are, you still have the concentrations of those outer layers shedding off a star, and it's not as a violent reaction as, say, a supernova, or even like as bright as like a globular cluster. Anon 98, me next. I'm a Capricorn. I'm in March. I'd be a Pisces if I was still following astrology. How you doing? How you doing tonight? But yes, different targets are always going to require a different bit of treatment. So much like when we are looking at the Orion Nebula, you want to take that shorter exposure. While you lose out on a lot of the details that are surrounding it, it's really kind of getting that cluster in the middle, that trapezium cluster, because that is super duper bright in the middle there. I just realized all the pointers on my screen now on desktop. I was wondering why my phone screen was playing up. There, that's it. That's the heat map that has been installed on here. I think there's probably other options that we can do with the things on there. You know what's missing, Mojo? What else are we missing on here? Yeah, there's some other options. I don't know if we can actually if we can change it from the fingers as well. Yeah, when I see a studio mode, I can see a little better there. But yeah, that central area of stars, that is that trapezium cluster, and those stars are only within a few light years of each other. So there's great concentration of brightness in the middle of the stellar nursery, which leaves this area to be easily overexposed. Clear weather is missing. Yes, that is definitely what's missing. We need oh, you can see those trees are blowing. You just noticed it. Where is it? Is it on another screen? Where? Which finger is you? What's it? The telescope is missing. Oh! Mojo! That's what's missing. Dude, 4 months, and thank you for 4 months on that with us. Oh my dude, thank you. And Jafuli Porchers, welcome on into the observatory. How you doing tonight? Rubik Twitch, Rubik, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. Hey now, how's it going? Welcome on in. Mojo Jojo, thank you so much again for the tier 1 subscription. Glad to see you got the Heart Nebulas out there. That is our fifth and final emote that we have unlocked on the channel here, and I appreciate you guys with all the support that helped us get there as well, because I love seeing what other people have for the emotes. I love to reach these new levels of within Twitch and be able to have more emotes. And really, getting more emotes at this point is only going to be reached with becoming a partner on Twitch, and that's a little ways off right now, but that is still a goal. ultimately in, I want to say maybe in the next year and a half or so. I don't know. I don't know how things are going to go, how things will progress with the channel there, but I do appreciate all the support that's come on in. Good, just found you. Things are looking good. Excellent. Well, hey, glad you came in. Glad you found the channel here. Usually we do take live images of the night sky, and that is with this telescope in the back garden. However, we are loaded up with clouds, and there has been a couple of clear nights earlier in the week, which Thursday being a bit of a surprise, because it was generally looking like it was going to be some terrible weather. But yeah, usually we like to take images such as the Orion Nebula, one of our closest star forming regions in the galaxy, and about 1,300 light years away from us. It is nice, it is bright, it is great for amateur astrophotographers. It's fantastic for experienced astrophotographers, because there's so much to kind of unpick and unpack in this nebula, because there are so many details that can be found. While that core gets blown out, there is so much more nebulosity surrounding this target that makes it a really, really interesting area of the night sky to take an image of. And it's very satisfying to image as well. You can take a 5-second exposure and throw out all the expletives with how awesome it looks. There we go. Where no man has gone before. Space, the final frontier. This is the opening that I don't know off by heart. And if I did, it would be very impressive. But I don't. So I won't go on with that. BT Dubs, have you seen the new Elon podcast? No, I haven't. What has he done now? Is he going to be selling dual flamethrowers? What's the latest and greatest with old Muskie? He talked about aliens. Of course he talked about aliens. Trying to find your Easter eggs. That's fine. You sure they don't exist on Earth? Well, you don't know. I mean, there is just, if life is so impossible, or if it is so difficult to create, why wouldn't nature just take that one step further and just make it impossible? He said he's sure. I mean, everybody can say they're sure about things. Sorry, this is by no means looking to flex on here. He says he's sure. Oof. I mean, it's tough to say that we are the only thing out here. And I think it's just that word of aliens just comes up with that Hollywood notion of little green men kind of flying around there. Are there aliens? I don't know. Apparently NASA is anti-space nukes, even though it would be 10 out of 10 the way to terraform Mars. I mean, if we keep going on about terraforming Mars and how we try and make it into a habitable planet, when it's kind of easier to improve things here. I think terraforming is more of a, it's not exactly going to happen with like human intervention. It's probably at that point when, who knows what will kind of kickstart as the sun kind of starts getting moving into the next phase of its life, and expanding out and kind of creating the larger concentration of the habitable zone in the area of Mars. Can things start to change in that respect once kind of shifts out away from Earth? Never said terraforming Mars was a good idea. Fair enough. It's it's great for science fiction, and just the natural wonderment of can we do it. I think we need Bob the Builder for that one there. And how does Mars feel about us terraforming it? I don't know. If we keep sending more robots, and also Perseverance lands in 5 days, I'm excited for that one as well. Those images that came from the latest Mars orbiter were fantastic. Definitely want to see a lot more of the images and science that they're going to be coming back with that one, but also to keep up with what Perseverance is going to do. And those are going to be. It really feels like not too long ago that launch occurred for Perseverance, and already we're 5 days out from landing on Mars. So that is really, really cool. There's mention of the Fermi paradox there. Right. According to latest findings, it is 10 to the 67th power more likely that there is extraterrestrial life than that there could be any on Earth. When he said there was 2 ways to heat up Mars so we can live there, either with slow growth of plants, etc., or just nuke the poles and temperatures will be perfect. I don't know. I would definitely want to listen to that, just hear what everything else that kind of went on with that. There, have you seen the math for how much nuking that would actually take, and how long it still takes to finish that process? It just doesn't add up, not 10 out of 10. I think we're also maybe giving more credit to certain bits of weaponry than is possible. Like, Mars is still a fair-sized planet. I don't know. It just seems like almost like, oh, let's just nuke it. It's not leftover lasagna. There's got to be more to it than that. We need to Mars form it, because terraform sounds a bit non-realistic. Mars the new Earth. It'd be interesting to see how things. Right now, with the way how Starship is going, really there isn't going to be much occurring right now. We've been watching the test flights for Starship, and the test fires for what what NASA is doing. It's kind of cool. It's cool to see this kind of unfolding in real time. Whereas before, a lot of the tests, they weren't publicized. So we were really seeing the final products of things, and that also kind of goes alongside with what I've mentioned before about with what we're seeing happening with the global pandemic, is that we're watching science unfold in real time, rather than having that answer that has been built up over years behind the curtains, away from mainly public knowledge. So it's in a time when everything is like, let's have it 20 minutes ago. We can have information instantaneously. It's now we're playing the waiting game again. Also, in the entertainment aspect of things, something like WandaVision, I like that there is that gap in between each episode. You can't binge watch that. I think that is the storyline that Marvel has put out with that is not. It's not meant to be binged. You need to have that time to process the information and the speculation of what's happening in that series. So there is a weird roundabout way from Mars to science and pandemic to Marvel and Kevin Bacon. That's how it works, right? Thanks to Schwarzenegger, we now know that Mars is absolutely unimportant for us. I haven't watched Total Recall in quite a while now. It's got to be somewhere. Bacon. That's what I didn't order this week. Need more bacon. Right, so I was going to talk about getting a image tonight. It was going to be the California Nebula. Where is that file? Oh my god, there's a bacon emote? That's tremendous. That Meathead Militia. That's cool. Cooking stream. Astro and bacon. No, I don't have any bacon. Although we have talked about food on numerous occasions as well. Wonder how if we can have like a space-themed cooking stream. We'll branch out and try something new. When the clouds roll in, the frying pans get hot. We'll have bacon. But in a solar system with perfect socks and cold wheat beer, anything is possible. Yes, maybe even some bacon. When you make millions, you want a cut of bacon. That bacon heart is awesome. Oh. And here I was loving my Heart Nebula emote. Nope, it's the bacon heart. Oh yeah! Bacon! Bacon? Now you're hungry. You know, I'm hungry too. I was working on the channel point rewards pretty much right up until the stream was going to start. And I'm low on coffee. I don't want to take a break at the moment. That's not the button I was looking for. But yes, I was going to look for the California Nebula, because what's interesting about the California Nebula is, I mean, its shape. It widely resembles the state of California. Is always kind of cool to see certain objects in space that match up with what they are, what their namesake is alluding to. You know, I think that is going to be maybe something I'll look at for not so much maybe a list of things that I don't, not that what I don't like in the universe, but just things that don't always match up with what they are. Little cute girl, hello, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. Can you make a sketch to show the shape? The shape of the California Nebula? See if there's anybody who had a comparison image of the two. Nobody has. "25 minutes on the rosette, finish stacking, let's just say nope." Oh no. Is there any, do you have any usable data for that? Yeah, see, this was the image of the California Nebula. You can see the cheetah, but no. Yeah, hopefully the weather will improve for you, because I mean the rosette is beautiful to look at. So yeah, the California Nebula was what I was looking to possibly re-edit tonight. I don't know if I would get to this point of where this is probably a few days worth of editing, and to try to get rid of that coma that's around the, this star had a heavy, very significant halo. You guys have seen that happen on certain photos in the past, where you get your star, but there's this bright halo, this coma around there. And to eliminate it from this image, I don't recall exactly how I did it. So I'd have to kind of go back through all of the processing to see exactly what I had done to fix that up there. Little cute girl, thanks for the lurk, appreciate that. Good to see Ian here though. Again, always seeing people from other communities, jumping in on everybody's streams. I like that. Sergio, hello, how are you? So the red mean that there is a greater concentration of hydrogen alpha, and there are other treatments that people have done with changing up the filters. You can expose different wavelengths within, but I was using the tri-band filter, and this is with my DSLR as well. So again, one-shot color, not able to tease out any of the other wavelengths. If you are shooting in monochrome, you can start to isolate some of those other areas in the California Nebula, and just depending on how you are you're treating it there. Where is the? So yes, there are several other, takes on the California Nebula. There's no shortage of this target being imaged, and whether you are using if you're using a broadband filter, or if you're using just trying to highlight that hydrogen alpha region, which my face is blocking for the most part. Beep. There we go. Or I can just do this. So yeah, when you're shooting you can see in the hydrogen alpha wavelengths for the California Nebula, it is the dominant feature within that there, which is where you're all getting that red from. But if you are using, like, say, the Hubble palette, you're not going to you're gonna be able to highlight different areas of that there, and I think that's more with a monochrome. You can make a Hubble palette with a one-shot color camera, and Sean Nielsen, Visible Dark, he has a tutorial that you can watch on his YouTube channel that will go through the process of kind of highlighting those other areas to make a one-shot color image into the Hubble palette. It's fairly labor intensive, but the finished product looks really, really cool. So I recommend that you check out his YouTube channel. That's Sean Nielsen, Visible Dark, who always has some great insight, especially with PixInsight, Some fantastic tutorials with that. Not Jesus! Do we have telescopes that can record Perseverance enter Mars's atmosphere? I would want to say yes, because depending on the any of the Mars orbiters, they should have a view on there. I don't know if it would be like a live. Well, it wouldn't be so much that there'd be a live. There's still that delay in the signal coming through, but definitely they should be able to. There's enough up there at this point. Although for the most part, a lot of the orbiters, they wouldn't be designed to capture. Probably wouldn't be designed to capture something like that. But there would have to be something. I would say that we can bend technology to our will, and someone should make that happen. But hopefully all goes well in 5 days, and that's about 3. What do they say, about 5 to 4 Eastern Standard Time when it's expected to land. So that brings up to 9 o'clock? No. Yeah, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time. So chances are, what is that day? That's the 18th is. The 18th is a Thursday. Thursday is looking to be, currently right now, Thursday is looking to actually be some fairly decent weather. So there may be a combo live astrophotography and a bit of a monitoring of the Perseverance landing on Thursday. That'd be all right. That'd be kind of interesting to watch as well. See that news come in there. I would say there's like a 90% chance I'll do a stream anyway on Thursday, because that's always it's always exciting. I mean, the fact that we've watched that rocket launch, and I figure it's only fitting that we do watch it land. We do watch that project start to take shape there. What's the strongest an Earth station telescope can reach? Depending on the define strongest. Like, is it, or how far they can see? What kind of resolution we can get? Because Earth-based telescopes, they're limiting. Their biggest issue is is our atmosphere. While there are certain telescopes that do have the adaptive optics, which will which will kind of bend the mirror to compensate for any kind of atmospheric disturbance, that will be able to get the information there. As far as the farthest, I would really have to look into that. I would say that in terms of radio waves, that Arecibo was up there in its heyday, but then there is the let's see what's taking over for that one there. There is a radio telescope in the Guizhou province of China that is monitoring. That's in radio waves. There is the Atacama large millimeter array that can that can change its resolution as well. Again, that's in it's not in the optical wavelength. I would have to look into that for a better answer for you, as far as I mean, as long as you're looking at a certain area long enough, you're going to get a signal from far away. It just depends on how large your telescope is going for an optical view. For the construction of the giant Magellan telescope, that will be where each mirror is about 2 meters in diameter or something like that, or even large. The whole thing would be incredibly large. These are the little facts that I have the tidbits of. I really would want to kind of have to hand there. But in terms of what we have imaged to look at, this was which one was this? M3. This globular cluster, but that's not the one I was looking for. In terms of what can be seen for the farthest, load that back up there. If you have enough time on a target, this is the UFO galaxy, and again, for those of you wondering what all these little fingers on the screen are, those could be yours. One could be yours on there. So yeah, the UFO galaxy. Again, it's a tremendous looking target, and what else is interesting is every little fuzzy on there is another galaxy millions of light years away. So, in terms of what we can see with the telescope that I have in the back garden, we can see billions of light years away. There is, in this section here, this needs more time, this needs more integration, but there is a galaxy just behind this outreach of this arm of the galaxy that is 3.7 billion light years away. It is recorded, it is known, and to be able to get a good shot of this galaxy, put in the time, we can hopefully kind of resolve that little faint point of light, which is another galaxy 3.7 billion light years away. This galaxy that's here, that's about 1.7 billion light years away. Again, more of the smudges around these images. Not the points of light; those are all the stars. But the little smudgies around here, those are galaxies that are still much farther away. With this section of the night sky, almost every other galaxy behind the UFO galaxy is at least 800 million light years away or more. So you're looking at a very, very old area of the night sky, which is really cool. So, yeah, with an 8-inch telescope, we can see quite a bit. And the odd hot pixel, yes. There's a couple of hot pixels there. We got young hot stars in your area, and we got hot pixels in these images for you guys. Ready to be excited by any photon that'll cross its path. So we are very late in our development. How will extraterrestrial life forms, which have an evolutionary advantage of 1 or 2 billion, see us? Certainly not as equals. We would probably get more of the status of a stupid but beloved pet. Hopefully, we also get bacon and beer in our food bowl. Yeah, I'd be fine with that. It is. We are assuming that anything else out there is going to be much older, much more advanced than us. Why can't there be something that is just beginning somewhere? We haven't heard anything because they don't have the technology yet. They're still in the early development. So there could be a civilization out in the Andromeda galaxy. It's 2.5 million light years away. Those signals would have to have been sent 2.5 million years ago for us to intercept them. Whereas, our radio signals are only, bacon, are only, we only have about a 200 some odd light year bubble of our signals outreaching. So, again, with the speed of light being incredibly slow, as fast as it is, locally, we are were handcuffed with discovering any faraway civilizations. They would have already had to have been on their way out this way, and knowing that this star has a more intensive infrared signal coming from, more radio waves coming from this hunk of rock than, you know, Mars or Venus or Mercury. You know, what is, I guess in that sense, yeah, the technology has to be incredibly advanced for them to be able to detect and pinpoint where we are, just how interesting we actually can be to them, or just how cute and cuddly we can be, that we enjoy the odd dish of beer and bacon. All right, I want bacon. This has gone far enough. I need to put a grocery order in and include bacon. Although I have to get milk tomorrow. Maybe there's some bacon on the horizon tomorrow. Or I could just be really, really lazy and order breakfast. I think that'd be alright. Who doesn't enjoy a good bit of bacon? Oh, hey brother. Hello, bruv. You've got some schmutz on the screen. Yes, we do. We have a new plugin. If you're on the mobile, you may not have a good enough time, but if you're on a desktop, you can control one of these. You get your own little finger on here. I assume there would be a cutoff date for when the different civilizations could have started, as most elements required weren't made until the second generation stars were born. That is true. I mean, look at and in terms of looking at great filters of just who makes it, who can pass those next levels. Mama Bon, hello. How are you doing tonight? So yes, this all these little fingers that we see on here, that is designed as a bit of an aid. So when we are looking at something in the night sky, you guys can point it out. This is a new feature which was just installed live on the stream thanks to Astrophotography. Emre, who is another astrophotographer who does streaming on the Twitch. So yeah, fun little thing. Always trying to add some interesting bits on there. If they should be able to move in quantum space, then time or space should no longer play a role for them. That is true. We have to figure that if there is anything kind of detecting us and knowing where it is, that it has to be that much more advanced. If aliens are on Earth, they would focus on being rich, resources. They would create a society that would distribute resources. Sound familiar? And bacon. I feel like I need to make like a bacon meme or some kind of bacon emote. I think they're already living among us, secretly stealing our stocks and bacon at night. Oh. Very cool feature. Awesome way to involve your viewers. Thank you, dude. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. I saw this heat map. This was originally on Sushi Dragon's stream, and then DJ Teo was implementing it on his as well. And then Emre, Astrophotography, he pretty much had it figured out. So with his assistance, we got it all sorted tonight. And you know, right now I'm gonna leave it up. I'll leave it visible, and you know, when images do come in, then we'll kind of switch it on. I'll have another control over with Leorin board, and that way I can easily turn it on and off. And that way we'll, yeah, just have that extra little bit of interactivity so you guys can point out things, and rather than saying, oh, this star from the left, second to the upper left, right, down, yeah, that one there, you know. At least if I can see a pointing finger, like one down there right now, looking at this star, you know, we can get information on that. Had my bathroom floor torn up this afternoon. Fun times. It won't be completed until Monday. Hopefully the bathroom is still usable. Hopefully it's not a massive intrusion on things there. I do not like to have essential bits in the house go wrong, especially over a weekend, because it feels like it takes that much longer to get sorted out there. If you put schnitzel in the microwave long enough, it becomes big, crispy bacon. Assume there's a way to clear the screen. We'll get a tad messy quickly. We can. I mean, I can easily turn it off. Like so. Yes, I'll need to make a button for me that I can easily turn that off instead of having to go back into my my screens there. But yeah, I at the same time I do welcome the mess on there, because that means that more of you are playing around with the tools on the site there. I like it. It also looks like a little bit of confetti as well. Constant celebration on the channel. Did a lot of stretching, but 25 minutes using 30-second exposures is not for the rosette. Space bacon. Yes. Yeah, so it can be, you can turn it off as well if it is too ridiculous for you. Yeah, I will also, by the next stream, I will have a button sorted out for myself that I can have it turned on and off. Especially when they're, I mean, if we are, you know, if we're talking about bacon, we don't need all the extra bits. Probably have to come up with a button for that as well. So I don't have to keep going into my options. Right, we were looking at, as an example, there was a pointing finger at that one star there. What information can I pull up on that one section of the rosette? Can I find that star easily on here? I probably should be able to. There we go. That star that had the little bit of attention on there, a little jumping finger. That is HD 46056. It's an 8th magnitude variable double star appearing in the constellation of Monoceros. It is a yellow-white star of a spectral type 08. This star is part of a double or multiple star system, but its orbit is not known. That star is... we don't get a distance on that one there. But mostly because with it being in the in that area of Monoceros and within the Rosette Nebula, we're going to figure that whole thing is roughly about 5,500 light years away. No. That's 5.4 million light years away. How far is the Rosette Nebula from it? That's not right. 5.5 million light years. That's not right. That sounds... it's too far. 1,000 light years. Mildly stumped on that one there. But yes, there you go. I need to find out exactly how far. What is? Have I been saying the wrong number? No, why did it's weird that they wrote it out like that. It's 5,219 light years away. It's weird that they wrote it as a, there you go, confusing me. Writing it as a decimal. So yeah, that star. There we go. So that star we're looking at, HD 46056. We're looking at about just over 5,000 light years away. There we go. Quick little bit of a research on that there. I say research, just looking it up on a star chart. I did change the move transition. I did download the latest update on that there from Exeldro. It's still doing that black screen there. I don't know if it's just because it's hanging or what, or if it's. I mean, at this point, it can't be the computer that's doing that there. But yeah, I was going to look for the California Nebula, because what I really found interesting about that target, we did image it recently, because again I wanted to it's the heart. There we go. So this is a small portion of the California Nebula, just before we kind of move on to a little more greater detail. Again, what I always found interesting about this is we have the California Nebula itself that is double check my distances here because they have been way off, 1,800 light years away. But then the interesting thing is this section right here, which unless you're really kind of looking for it, it would just almost appear as another star. But that is another galaxy that is 210 million light years beyond the California Nebula. So again, it's always those extra little areas, you know, that are beyond our original intended target. You know, so the area of the California Nebula is this little spot right here. This was taken with a 72 millimeter refractor at about 250 millimeters in focal length, whereas the other one that we were looking at we are much more zoomed in with our larger telescope, and that is a focal length of 980 millimeters. So we are able to get a little better look at this galaxy, where it just appears as more of a fainter smudge within the shot. Now, I did take some time on that certain area of the California Nebula to be able to get some more detail. Now, this was just over 4 hours worth of integration time on the California Nebula. But again, I wanted to highlight that galaxy that was hidden behind the whole nebula itself. Yeah, so yes, with a little more integration time, you can get some more detail. Not even really so much that you're seeing detail of the galaxy, but you can tell that it's more than just a point of light. That it is this again, that kind of smudge that's behind the California Nebula. So yeah, so you're not 210 million light years away, it's 279 million light years away from us. So it's a few dozen light years between distances, right? But yeah, that's what I enjoy about astrophotography, and just kind of realizing that there's more than just that initial object of affection that we're taking an image of. And this was the whole purpose of that imaging session, was to get that galaxy. I did have that centered on the within the field of view, so it wasn't the nebulosity surrounding this whole area, which, I mean, I like how it looks anyway. And this one did also kind of jump the queue in terms of what I wanted to have displayed, or what other projects I kind of had on the go there. But it was that little section there. And this is with the tri-band filter, those halos, that coma around some of the brighter stars. Yes, but with this reflector telescope, I don't know how easy it's going to be to kind of get rid of those in future post-processing because of the diffraction spikes around the stars. But with this image of California Nebula, this star had it as well. So let me find, there we go. This was that first image of the California Nebula, and you can see that star has that coma around there. But it was with switching up a few the way how I would edit the image, and I really have to go back because it kind of happened by accident with doing a different blending layer, and I feel like I lost a bit of the kind of the detail in here, and I probably want to go back and combine those two images to try and bring back some of that crunchiness almost within the nebula. But the important thing was getting rid of that ugly coma around the star, and that kind of comes with that tri-band filter. It's a little annoying, but it wasn't like a make or break thing with trying to sell it off. I'm definitely going to keep that filter, and still exploring other filters that we have there. But yeah, that was the kind of idea of what I wanted to look at for processing tonight. We're also kind of reaching, what time are we at here? 11 o'clock. If I can find the file, we definitely see about having a go at quickly bringing out some of the details in there. If I still have that file locally. which... I think where is it? Let's check this folder. Probably wouldn't be in this one because that's with the latest camera. Well, oh dear. Of course, it's not in that folder there. It is somewhere online. That's okay. That is all right. Let's see if I have another file on here. We can kind of like quickly try to rip through on this one. I say that, did I think I installed all my plugins on Photoshop. I have like 2 out of 3. That's all right. You know, it would be really cool if the weather cleared up. That's not going to happen. No, I mean, what are we looking at? We are go and have a look down the side of the sofa. Everything normally turns up there. Possibly so. Yes, it has the nickname because it does largely resemble the state of California. So again, one of those targets that does that, you know, it holds up to its moniker, whereas something like the Wizard Nebula or the Golden Snitch or the Harry Potter Nebula, that does not look like doesn't look like anything resembling Harry Potter based anything. Putsy! How you doing, dude? Or Putsy! You have 8 different pronunciations of your name. PC was going through a tough time in market time called. No worries, that's all right. You know, we got there in the end. We have our Putsy. We have the channel port rewards set up. We have also the heat map is working as well. So that is I think that's a massive jump in what I wanted to have done. In terms of the channel. So, you know, it was more than just one little thing on here. And also I'm liking that. I think there's a few things that I want to maybe change on that there. I also will have the rare achievement hidden on the channel. You're gonna have to steal that. You know, to get in line. There was one other Astrophotography. Emre, he wanted a copy of that as well. But I'm happy to share it. It's not... there's been so much other people have helped with. I am more than happy to share the love on something kind of cool on the channel here. Thank you. I also wanted to have a cartoon version of the, or I say a cartoon version. So we don't like the rain. We don't want the rain. Now, I don't know if Seb, I don't know if it was you or someone else had mentioned about thunder. I do have ideas for clouds as well, so not just the rain. We'll have some clouds roll in as well. But yeah, those are the that's like the new stuff on the channel. And also. If you guys have noticed at all in terms of sound, I do have the lav mic back. I'm not using the Connect. Actually, for the most part, that hasn't even... I haven't even seen that working. Which is fine. At least nobody has put it to purpose. And I wasn't using it as a microphone. Maybe because I wasn't using it as a microphone. Thunder wasn't me, but it was a good idea. All right, cool. Gonna have to make some new ones now. Hey, if there's some little bit of inspiration I've triggered in your brain, happy to have contributed to that. Is it just me, or is there a little bit of delay in audio? It might be. I don't know. If I felt like I've always kind of struggled with syncing my audio, because my camera, while it does have the audio input, I'm going through the sound card. So if I start to clap my hands, although usually clapping never worked, it always seemed to be off a little bit. Video and audio seem to be a tad off. Probably is. What did I have on there? That was... that was 275 milliseconds. Now it's 300 milliseconds. Does it seem any better? Because it seemed like 300 milliseconds was like that good point before. But then it switched over from the Connect mic. I don't know. It's mildly annoying. And sometimes what looks good on the screen on the recording doesn't always translate well with the stream. Still seems a tad off. 30 km/h winds. No. No. Just add the claps in post. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it in post. That's it. What you can't do now, just do it in post. It's always going to be. I mean, never do it in post. Always try to. Goes over 2 lines there. I can't get it to not go over 2 lines. There's the limit. Yep. Right. Yeah, that page you had linked over to. 12-dimensional string. So what are we looking at here? Oh, that's the a field of view calculator. I have not used this one, but I do. Originally, I was using the field of view calculator for, what channel was it on? Yeah, for astronomy tools. Oh, well, that's a bit of a sad achievement. We don't want to lose the photons, but yeah, that looks very similar to the astronomy tools, and even just also what we do with Stellarium, where we can just kind of frame up what we're looking at there. But no, it's always good to have to get that idea of what you're going to be shooting, what you can plan out, so you can obviously also kind of work on what kind of camera, what kind of scope you want to buy as well, which can which will help you kind of decide on what your purchase is going to be. Oh, your photon. Sorry, the channel. Oh my God. The channel points. Yeah, see? This is what, like, a few hours sleep kind of does to you. Had a little bit of a game of poker last night, and then I never really shut down until about 5 in the morning. Footsie are kind of oddly, your sleep hours are rubbing off over here. And I wasn't even streaming last night. I was kind of used that time to try to do a little maintenance and also just, again, step away from the screen a little bit. Because it was a crazy week at work. And also we had a couple of extra bonus streams during the week as well, so that was all right. So I don't feel like I kind of feel like if we do only like maybe one stream a week, it's not what I want. You know, I want to be able to have more time with you guys and more time with the night sky as well, because it's important. It's what I want to be able to do on here. So I've tested this 50 ED with the ASI 290 MC, and it's like 1,000mm newt. It's the field of view that I got with my 50 ED and the 120mm Mini was very similar to the field of view that I had with my Celestron 127. The problem is with that is that you're losing, you don't have as much aperture with a 50mm. The 50mm scope, 50mm aperture, and then the smaller sensor on the camera there. So you do want, though, well, it is similar for your field of view. You are going to get better resolution with a larger optical tube and a larger camera sensor. Although, on the other hand, if you are doing like planetary, then a smaller sensor is much better because you can quickly process that data. It just depends on what your goals are going to be. You like how you didn't stream and you didn't sleep. These things happen. You can't blame yourself. It's same thing with me yesterday. I didn't stream, and I ended up staying up later than I would have if I had streamed on Friday. Yeah, testing the field of view. Yeah, if you can have the comparable thing, especially if you're. I felt the advantage of doing guiding with the smaller scope, but kind of still matching up that field of view with the 1500mm focal length. That guiding wasn't that affected. Wasn't affected too much because it was working almost with a very similar field of view. But if I'm going to be going any deeper than like 1600mm, I would definitely want to get into off-axis guiding, because I think there's going to be too much issue between the guide scope and the larger telescope there. Although I've also heard a lot of people just still having general issues with the off-axis guiding, because your spacing pretty much has to be perfect so that you are getting round stars coming through that little prism as well, which I can imagine there's got to be a bit of a headache when you're looking at certain areas and you only have a small amount of sky to view in that little prism you're picking off. And if there isn't even a bright enough star, you know, how do people compensate for that? Is it on a rotator? Can you kind of move that off-axis guiding into another orientation where there might be a brighter star? So there's things like that. Whereas if you have a guide scope on top, then you can have a much wider field of view, many more options to kind of pick out a star. Although there have been some targets we've looked at here where I have almost been I've had an issue trying to find a decent guide star, especially if the clouds are kind of, or if the seeing isn't as good. Sorry, not so much the clouds. If you don't have good seeing, then even some of those stars might be difficult to show up. A long focal length and seeing becomes far more of an issue. That's true, because you're just amplifying, you're magnifying any of those problems. Libder. Welcome on into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. We are rambling on about astronomy and astrophotography, and just kind of right now currently lamenting on how effective off-axis guiding really is with your telescope, and what do you do when you don't have any stars in your field of view? So I do wonder, do people have it on a rotator or what? How much does that impact things? We've never actually looked at what kind of field of view you get with off-axis guiding. I mean, I imagine it's still more beneficial, but it is just those times when, what if you don't have a certain star within view? And at what point is the ASI Air Pro going to have multi-star guiding? How long do people have to wait for that? Or will it even be implemented on this version of the ASI Air Pro? Or will they kind of wait for the next one? Astronomy tools will overlay the prism so you can set it up prior to go to. I mean, I would imagine that they would have had that sussed out. They wouldn't just kind of leave you high and dry. Just love how Deep Sky Stacker rents disk space. Like, how much is this one taking up? I can't even remember the most I've seen it take up on the system for an image, but I haven't encountered too much. It's your whole SSD. What's the resolution that you're getting with your images there? Oh, it's because your SSD was already 80% full. Well, there's your problem. You need to offload some of that. Although I say that, I still have both my hard drives on the laptop are still full. despite migrating them over to the external hard drive. But I also just want I want to make like triple sure that it actually is stable. And I've had a couple of times I've used an external hard drive and go back to it and everything's gone. Thankfully, I didn't delete any of the data after I made that first migration there. But it was just that I had to start all over again. And so I'm thinking, if I did delete all that, we would have been. I would have lost a lot of data. Oh yeah, that's. I can check that out right now. The SD card in the. Oh, my face is in the way. Andy! Andy, how you doing, dude? Yeah, there we go. There's the SSD. There's the card in the ASI Air. ESS computing final imaging. Excellent, excellent. Yep. So yeah, there's the answer. Still haven't changed it. I will though. I will. Chair, stay where you are. You're a bit tired? Well, you pulled a 5-hour stream there. There you go. For those of you who are not familiar with It's CD here, Andy does live streaming as well from the Southern Hemisphere. He is in Australia. He does have Portal 1 skies. And he does stream on the Clear Skies network. So if you are checking out that channel, you're going to get all sorts of astrophotographers around there, and see some live podcasts as well from Dustin Gibson and Tony Darnell on the Clear Skies network. Yeah, give that channel a follow if you aren't already doing so. Geldar's cat. Lars, how you doing? Good to see you on in here tonight. So yeah, Andy, was that were those final images? Was it smoke, or was there anything else that was kind of coming into play that were fading out your images there? No shout out for Portal 1. They have enough pride already, that pesky non-existent light pollution. Well, I mean, Clear Skies Networks can get all the shout outs they can muster, because there's some tremendous stuff that they're doing on that channel, and a lot of so a wide variety of streamers putting out content on there, so that's always cool to see. Would love to see the Southern Cross. I have seen the Southern Cross once, and it was only by chance that I was sitting on the correct side of the airplane. Do I even have? There we go. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yes. So yeah, that was the. I'm gonna turn off the heat map for just a second here. But yeah, that was my view of the only time that I have seen the Southern Cross, that low, that's that far south with the Milky Way. You're tired, but okay. All right, no worries. Yeah, I'm tired as well, but you're recovering, aren't you? So you got your meat suit is doing a little more work. But is their mold as good as ours? No. Nobody's mold is as good as the UK. Our mold resembles the smell of bacon. That probably doesn't. Yes, those the dots on the screen. Bacon mold, let me add it. Yeah, sorry, those dots on the screen. That is using the, if you're on desktop, that is using the heat map extension so that you guys can kind of point things out and I can see where any object of interest might be for you guys. This is a little more, not the few levels of direct interactivity with the stream. I had a lot of help from Emre, who streams as Astrophotography on Twitch as well. But yeah, so I guess these are going to disappear after the stream ends. I imagine the whole thing, or I can reset it. But yeah, those little dots. Everybody has their own colored pointer associated with their screen name. I don't know if it matches up with your name color or what. But yeah, everybody can click on different areas there. So if there is something interesting in the views of what we're seeing there, and if you guys are pointing things out. Ryan Raver! Hello, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you, dude. How are you doing tonight? Explosion, for sure. Thank you so much. How you doing? How's it going? You can see where the jewel box is. It was like just by chance. I had looked out the window. I was flying back from Malaysia, and this was a 10-second exposure. It was out of probably 100 shots that I had taken. So I'm sitting there in the airplane with a blanket over my head, trying to block out any light, and I'm shooting through like 3 panes of glass and trying to get any kind of image of that area of the night sky. You're doing great. Just started my first vlog today. Excellent. That is cool. You have are you doing them on Twitch, or are you doing somewhere else? If you're doing anything like that, drop it in the Discord for sure. Like to always have people meet other people and discover maybe similar interests as well. So yeah, if you want to drop it, if you have a link to that, drop it in the Discord. Happy to share that. And after 1 hour of stacking, you got to try again. It's always frustrating. There are some images I'll try so many different settings and end up with I don't even know how many autosave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then forget which one I kind of liked, and which one I wanted to just nudge a little bit. It's the dark head of the emu. I would like to see a lot more of the southern skies and get more than just 10-second exposure. But the sub GIF, is made out of? That is that's how many? it's 2 or 3 different elements that I've combined in After Effects. I like where it's at, but I think there's more that can be done with it, and especially I do want to scale it up to different times when there is we have a different effect when it is tier 1, a prime sub, tier 2 or tier 3 or a gift sub, just to change things up a bit. But yeah, I like where it's starting. I like how it's going there, and there's been some good response with it, so I appreciate that. Sometimes I wish I were a bacon. Sometimes I wish I were you. You just want the beard. You can share the beard. And YouTube, definitely YouTube. Firing up DaVinci Resolve. Still gonna edit. But I'm here for your stream. Have you been having a good stream? Yes, I have. Roy and Raver, thank you so much, dude. It's been good. It's been very interesting. We've had some. Well, the icing on the cake tonight has been the addition of this heat map on the channel. So we do have these options for you guys to do some interaction with the channel there. I'm leaving it up as well. Usually, what I have planned is that it will kind of disappear. I'll have it pop up for certain actions there. But yeah, for now, it's a conversation point. Very slowly falling confetti, we'll say. You just need to uncheck the data that is offset more than 1 degree, because you had a lot of movement there. Hopefully you can get a decent image kind of come out of that data set there, Lux. A little dreary, yep. It fits the mood most times, especially when it is pouring down. All right, Lars, no worries. Appreciate the lurk. We'll be hanging around for a little bit longer there. Yeah, glad to have you in with us tonight. Hopefully you can get some rest. Just relax. That was Kelly found me with Angel. It's out of something on YouTube there. That bacon quote was from. Bacon is tasty. That's true. And again, all this talk about bacon. I do have to go to the grocery store tomorrow, and I think bacon is going to be collected. Hey everyone! Don't forget Valentine's Day like I did. Uh-oh. You know what says love? Nothing says love like a big ass slab of bacon. Astrophotography, Razine, how you doing, dude? How's it going tonight? What tasty astronomical treats are you working on right now? I have to spend more time in the tent. You just got to make sure that those bloody hands in there just stay as decorations there. Not too bad. Just swinging on by while you relax. Well, no worries. Glad to have you swinging on by and relaxing with us tonight. Playing Stellaris. Might re-edit that M45 I recently shared. It's all right. It's always good. I always do like to jump back and try to revisit old data, and that seems to be happening more and more with all the clouds, and rain, and snow getting in our way. I mean, there's no shortage of clouds right now. Hopefully Thursday. I mean, I know we're looking like into the whole week, the whole week ahead, and Thursday is bookended by a fair amount of rain, but hopefully that'll stay That'll stay clear because Thursday can then coincide with doing some live astrophotography and also following the landing of the Mars Perseverance rover. So that'll be something to watch. So that is the answer. I might cook up some bacon, and that might make her a little more happy. Hope so. Can only hope so. Nothing really wrong to warrant it. But it's bizarre why the dust has disappeared in the top left of the frame, so maybe something happened. I mean, yeah, it's a... Sometimes it feels like data can be a bit of a mystery. Why it behaves differently on one night, then you almost seemingly do the same kind of workflow, and you get almost a completely different image there. The camera I use for astrophotography is a ZWO ASI 533. It's a astronomy dedicated camera that has the neatest thing about it is that it has a cooling feature on there, which is always important for doing astrophotography, because with like a DSLR, you can't cool the sensor down, so you are left with a lot of noise. Whereas with these images, when you take a long exposure, there's less of that digital noise that builds up, and you're left with a much cleaner signal. So this is just a small section of the Pleiades, an open star cluster. But again, this was a 16-minute exposure. You can see a little bit of noise because we did a little bit of a histogram stretch. But yeah, it does reduce any of that. You see the mottling of the red, green, and blue all over a long exposure. Especially when it's dark out, you are just amplifying all that thermal noise in the sensors. That cuts a lot of it out, so that you can expose for a long time and get that, get more of the signal coming through, so you don't have as much noise. So yeah, depending on the target, you're going to want to try to do a longer exposure if it is fairly dim, or like in the case of the Orion Nebula, it is incredibly bright. So you don't need to do more of an exposure for more than you can do it in like a few seconds and get a good image of Orion. I think this was a 10-minute exposure that we ran on there. So yes, we blew out the core, but at the same time we were able to get more details of the surrounding nebulosity. You're done. You only lost 40 minutes of data. Not too bad. So if you say bacon more than 3 times and the wife still doesn't come up with an extremely extra large bacon burger, then this is a reason for divorce. It could be very similar to Beetlejuice. It could work out that way. And staying up all night and forgetting Valentine's Day. As always, bacon is the answer. It's always the answer. It's never the question. What about the heat dots? The camera's not going to take care of any heat dots. Those things are there to stay. Orion's belt is a big waste of space. I have a womp womp sound for that. Didn't know how to play it without having the video. Bacon 42. That's true. If a dad joke doesn't get the womp womp, is it really a dad joke? Probably not. Let's see. There are some targets. If it is fairly dim, depending on some of the light pollution conditions, you can kind of end up with some shots that don't show up that well. The Medusa Nebula, this planetary nebula, is it's fairly faint, even doing a long exposure. At the time of the night when it's up, we don't have the streetlights are still on, so we do have this entire gradient that's going across the image there. And when you're doing astrophotography and you're stacking your images together, when you do multiple exposures and you take your flats properly, which for the most part we don't do that here, you can eliminate that gradient fairly easily. So yeah, there's always going to be difficulties with any form of photography, but the one thing about using an astronomy dedicated camera is that you can really deal with those issues, whereas other targets just turn out beautifully anyway. You got that womp womp sound following you all around all day. Yeah, even if it's a bad joke and people laugh, it's really not that bad of a joke. Even if it is like a pity laugh or a groan, you get a reaction either way. Also, when you are using an astronomy dedicated camera, unlike a DSLR, you don't have a display port. You don't have a view to be able to see what it is that you're taking. So you do need to have it connected to a computer when you are taking images with an astronomy dedicated camera. It is essentially mirrorless. There's very little to it. It looks like a big red soup can. Cromer Gaming! Cromer Gaming, how you doing, man? How's it going, champ? Another fellow beardsmith jumping on in here. Douglas Adam died in the gym working out because he ate too much bacon. No joke. I mean, there is a limit. Yeah, that is an expensive soup can. Just had my stove on all afternoon warming my chainsaw cases and just pulled the crankshaft out. Pulled the crankshaft out of the freezer and installed. Now Victory Pizza is in the oven with bacon. Yeah, let me find a picture of the Roaring Raver, the camera, to kind of give you an idea what it looks like as it is currently covered up outside. This is the camera that I'm using, the ASI 533 MC Pro. Yes, take my cookies. So yeah, this is the sensor is in there. And that's pretty much all there is to the camera. has a 1-inch square sensor, unlike the you know, you kind of get that 16:9 or a 4:3 aspect ratio for most other cameras. So that is what kind of makes it a little more interesting. Yeah, that's generally the shape of most astronomy cameras are going to be this cylindrical object with your with all the connections there. And yes, I think that is fantastic value with this camera. I do not regret it. We do not regret this purchase one bit. Yes, Rosine, I highly recommend this camera. It's a fantastic camera to have. I've tempted already to sell the 071. I mean, I haven't. I mean, this is like the only astronomy dedicated camera I've used. So yeah, it's. I feel that sometimes I can be biased when I'm saying yes, get this camera to anyone else who's asking about it. And yeah, that 1x1 camera sensor, it's interesting. It was a bit of a sticking point initially when I was looking at this camera, but what was once I got the camera and started taking shots with it, it doesn't even matter. It's just so many objects can fit in that square size anyway. You know, it's kind of hard not to have. You can adjust your focal length to get your target to fit in there, or you can build an easy mosaic, which I say easy. I haven't actually tried one yet. So the 1 1/4 filter will screw straight in there with no masking of the sensor. You see, but the imaging train I have goes right in there as well. I mean, if a 1 1/4 sensor is going to fit in that, I can still get everything else tied in. Then yeah, that's. Let's see. I'll see if I update or adjust the imaging train to accommodate for something like that in there. I mean, I have really nothing bad to say about this camera. I have yet to have like like any kind of massive issue with that there. So there should be a small adapter in the box. All right, like a small male threaded disc and a smaller hole in the middle. That's already starting to sound familiar. All right, I will have to check out the box wherever that is. Somewhere. All right, so you've used the 183 MC Pro, the 183 MM Pro, the 071 MC Pro, the 533 MC Pro. And you bought the 071. The 533 is a great camera. Yes, I agree. 183 is good too, and the 533 trumps it due to no amp glow. No amp glow is a massive selling point for this camera as well. I had like zero problems getting used to that there. That's true. 1/4 inch filters, or 1 1/4 inch instead of the 2 inches. All right. Midnight Rush, how you doing? Hello, hello Raiders. How are you guys doing tonight? Welcome on in. Welcome in, Midnight Rush. How you doing, man? Doing well. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. Welcome on in. We're doing well. We have a little bit of cloud cover, a lot of bit of cloud cover here in the UK, but we get by. We'll look at some old images, talk about astrophotography and astronomy. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and here in the east of England, we take images of the night sky. We have a large 8-inch telescope in my back garden, and yeah, we generally will talk about astronomy, astrophotography, and anything else that kind of comes up. And a lot of the conversation has moved towards bacon tonight, which is kind of weird. CJ Dewey, welcome on into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Dustin S90, welcome on in as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into our community. Good to see you guys in here tonight. How was your stream, Midnight? What were you doing tonight? So yeah, some of the images that we have kind of coming through here. Editing some client portals. All right, cool. So you do some coding and things like that on your stream. So yeah, we take images. We have some of my favorite shots are like the. I love nebulae. This is a small portion of the Rosette Nebula that we had shot before. Oh, sorry, doing some client portrait. Oh my god, why was I thinking? Why did I read it as portals? My apologies. Client portraits. Good lord. There may have been minimal sleep. All right, cool. That's cool. I did loosely did some product photography a few years ago with a lighting company. That's always cool. All right, astrophotography. Rosine, have a good evening. We'll see you on the next stream or whenever you have your next YouTube video out. If you guys are not subscribed to Astrophotography's YouTube channel, you're doing yourself a great disservice. He has some excellent tutorials, some excellent product reviews, a very honest and open individual. There you go. There's the link to him. Get him to 100,000 followers, 100,000 subscribers, and I will receive a Radiant Raptor, courtesy of Astrophotography. No, there's no kickback on that. Just check him out. Excellent videos to watch. Very informative, very funny. Lux gets one too. Spread the word. But yes, Midnight Rush, thank you very much for the raid tonight, guys. Hope you guys stick around for a little bit there. We are talking about astrophotography. This is the type of camera that we use. A little different from the conventional use. This is the ASI 533 MC Pro. The astronomy dedicated cameras are able to cool down to sub-zero temperatures, or at least down to 35 degrees below the ambient temperature. So this is the camera that we use on the back of our telescope there. The thing about this one is it doesn't have any viewfinders whatsoever. It needs to be connected into a computer. I'm using a Raspberry Pi controlled device that I use from the comfort of my kitchen studio, and that way we're able to stay warm, as warm as possible. Actually, I haven't had the heater on for a while. It's starting to get a little chilly in here. Yes, sorry, Dustin, you mentioned about you did some shots of the Great Conjunction. That's the extent of your astrophotography. Well, I mean, the fact that you got some shots of the Great Conjunction is pretty good, because I was A, clouded out, and B, you can see behind the telescope there, the house. The house and the trees were all in the way of any kind of view that I would have had of Jupiter and Saturn. So I was highly reliant on those who were already broadcasting it with their telescopes. Fully disclosing the compensation, or appreciate the credibility. I have nothing to hide on here. I think the more you guys know, the better. So it's not all these subs aren't going towards beer and cigars. It is going towards astrophotography equipment. But yeah, Razine, have a very, very good night. I've had my 533 since, I want to say, end of April, beginning of May. Around that time. What's a better way to focus your camera, live or a viewfinder? If I only had a DSLR. I would use live, so at least I can zoom in at least 10 times zoom to try and get the smallest possible view. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to show you what we use with astrophotography. All right, Andy, you're going to go lurk for a while. You're going to go cook some bacon. Settle the tension a bit. Sounds like a good plan. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to grab a batten off mask and show you guys what is very beneficial when you are focusing for stars. Right. Do I have? I must have an image. So when you're, if I'm focusing just with the DSLR, then yeah, I'll try to just try to get the smallest point of light in the viewfinder there. So I should have an image. It's probably not going to show up on here. It's got to be recent enough. But what we do use with the telescope is a batten-off mask, and it is one of these things here. This is a much larger version. There we go. So what this thing does, it creates diffraction spikes on the star that once they all kind of line up there. I'll get another image of what the star looks like behind here. But this tool, there's various sizes that'll just fit over the front, the objective of your telescope or your camera lens, depending on what you're using, and that's going to create this mask over the stars, creating these diffraction spikes that are going to help you get your focus on the stars there. Yeah, I mean, once you start doing astrophotography, it kind of depends on how far you want to take it, of how deep you're going to go with the hobby. Anakim Luke, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? That sounded a little too sultry. How are you doing tonight? Was in a backyard EOS no longer available for remote DSLR control? Is it now? Master Beard, you had your 183 for about a year before moisture built up in the case. Let a drop roll across the sensor, open up the cam, and put the desiccants in the oven. I'm wondering if just the way how I'm using my camera is going to affect the desiccant filters. It may have to be replaced sooner than later. And Big Zinc, how you doing? How are you tonight? When it rains, it pours, am I right? Right, so using this this Batonov mask with the telescope, you can use it. Again, the different sizes you can use them with. Any kind of camera really is going to be able to get you the star there. Also, let me turn my face off for a quick second here. But yeah, this is the those large diffraction spikes that you're going to see on with the star. Once you get that middle line, dead center between the two crosses, then you know that everything is nice and sharp there. So yeah, that's the benefit of that tool there, and it takes a lot of the guesswork out as well. Whether if you're out a little bit or what, so it really helps things out quite a bit. Bubba Zelnik, hello mother, how you doing? Mama in the house. Welcome on in, Mom. How you doing? It's after 1 a.m. There's a bacon wrap in front of me. Why? Because bacon, that's why. Seriously, all this talk about bacon. You're influencing me to get bacon tomorrow. I mean, it wouldn't take much. Seriously, I love that bacon heart. That's awesome. That is tremendous. So, kind of jumping back to those who are more familiar with DSLR photography, that astronomy dedicated camera, what it can also do, it can cool the sensor down to sub-zero temperatures, and that's going to eliminate a lot of thermal noise that's going to happen when you take a long exposure. So when you are shooting something even like the Orion Nebula, you're not going to get a lot of that digital noise coming through. You're just going to maintain a lot of the signal, and you're just going to end up with a much smoother image. Whereas if you're having a DSLR and those temperatures can the sensor can heat up to 20-30 degrees, it's just going to create so much noise in your image. Whereas when you are trying to image some faint areas in the galaxy or beyond, that you want to be able to have that sensor nice and cool. Now, those of you are also wondering, what are these little bits of finger confettis? This is part of a heat map. We're a little bit of interactivity on the channel there. And you made manicotti. You were saying you had to get ricotta. It's been a while since I've made manicotti. It's probably been measurable in decades since I've made manicotti, or even had. I've had like frozen crab. Newfoundland has gone back into lockdown, so I can spend all my time doing Astro. I mean, if there's one benefit of having to stay in, you know, why not make it astrophotography? I think it's a weird thing to say, but these lockdowns have been incredibly beneficial to astrophotography. I think there's been a much larger uptake in interest of the hobby. You know, and I'm happy to you know, to share these images with you guys, and you know, and see you guys share your images as well. Yes, if you want to, you can drop them on in the Discord channel. You drop them on in the Discord channel there, Dustin, and yeah, actually, I haven't peeked over to Discord in a while tonight. I know there's been some activity going on in there. But yeah, no, for sure. Always happy to find new people to follow, new people to meet, because you know what's also beneficial of what's kind of happened with the lockdown and just generally people having to stay indoors a lot longer, is that we are meeting new people online. And making new friends on Twitch. I know it's a small area of the internet, but it's been incredibly beneficial just to be able to interact with new people that you and meet new people that you probably wouldn't be able to generally have maybe even stumbled across. You know, just kind of walking down the street, because we got people from all over the world who have stopped by on the channel, and I've met a lot of other friends from all around the world on their channels as well. I think it's been really important that this has kind of cropped up. And like I said before, this is a form of bit of a form of therapy, a little catharsis, a little bit of just a way to kind of share thoughts, because otherwise I would be rambling on to myself about all of this, about astrophotography, and with very little feedback coming through there. You know, it's one thing to ask yourself questions, but then, you know, if I don't come up with a response, then, you know, it's hard to have your own crickets. But yeah, let's have a quick peek at at our Discord channel here, and that would be a long monologue, especially when we have like when we've had like 8 hours worth of stream time, you know. No, that's the wrong one. Although you start monologuing long enough, you maybe think that you might be a supervillain or something. Where'd my Discord go? Because I still haven't even set up a window capture for the other Discord. Uploading them to Discord now. Happy despite not knowing astrophotography. I mean, just the fact of pointing your camera up at the night sky. I mean, that's a way better shot than what I had. But that's great. You caught the moons as well for Jupiter, and a few for how's Saturn looking there. Oh, that's cool. It's a nice shot of the moon. Luckiest cat really getting in on there too. That's tremendous. Right, I forgot that Emre Sharkey, Astrophotography, posted this Soul Nebula. That is really cool as well. Papita Electronica, welcome on into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? Appreciate the follow. Yeah, tons of really, really cool images on here tonight. A mixture of That Is Quite Delicious of Albert Einstein and Arnold Schwarzenegger. So far, so good. But the trouble is I got Schwarzenegger's brain and Einstein's figure. These things happen. You can't blame yourself. Yes, Papita, how you doing tonight? Fine, good to hear. Welcome on in. Good to have you in with us tonight. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we are kind of loaded up with clouds here in my area of the east of England. I thought that you couldn't say my name. Did I get it right? Papita Electronica? Usually I will butcher names to no end. So I'm happy when I get them right on pretty much the first go. But yes, we have our telescope is safely undercover in my back garden. We are not only do we have a lot of clouds, we do have high winds. We're at about 21-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the moment. So yeah, it's a little difficult. Usually we do have some images like the Orion Nebula over here. Caffeine Daydream! How are you doing, dude? Have fun viewing Cosmos. It's my daughter's 10th birthday, so I'm just chilling, lurking, wanted to open up just to support you. Have a great stream. Well, dude, thank you very much, and happy birthday, happy 10th birthday to your daughter. To the mini Daydream. All the well wishes to you over there, and yeah, thank you very much for keeping the tab open, having a little bit of support. Always enjoy seeing some familiar names in the user list there. But yes, have some very good family time. We'll catch you on the next stream. Good to see you on in here, dude. So yeah, usually we'll have that's not the right direction. The Orion Nebula. It's one of those targets that's really, I don't want to say easy, but it is very rewarding for first-time astrophotographers. And it's even one of those objects that you can kind of see with the naked eye. It's, when you are looking at the three stars of Orion, wherever Orion is on here. There you go. When you're looking at the three stars of Orion, turn off the atmosphere, you are able to, you can see a faint smudge, and that is the Orion Nebula. So it's easy to kind of pick up with the naked eye. So once you can start to zoom in closer to that there, you're going to get some wonderful views of an amazing looking Amazing looking nebula there. So that was our shot. That was a few days ago now. Very limited time with this target, however. So always happy to get a good look at this area of the night sky. And we did take some live views of it as well. Yeah, usually instead of taking like a single image, we were looking at that core live. Mr. Blackstone. Hello, Mr. Blackstone. How are you doing tonight? Welcome on into the observatory. Glad to have you with us. Have the real pictures of Oumuamua finally been published in the last few days? The real pictures? The real pictures of the aliens? I'm gonna say no. I don't know. I've not kept up with all that. Well, here in Argentina, I can't see anything. We have like 3 stars to see. Well, that's what I hope to achieve with this channel, is for those who are in such a light polluted area, even if it isn't so much of light pollution, if it is just actually also general pollution that is ruining your night skies. You know, it's a problem. I'm kind of mid-range for sky quality, or for light pollution, sorry. So yeah, I'd like to be able to share as much of the night sky with you guys as possible. I'll give you some objects that you just generally wouldn't be able to see from your back garden. And even with the naked eye, we'll look at galaxies, we'll look at areas far, far away. You know, we have some shots that have galaxies that are over 1 billion light years away in some of our shots. You know, this galaxy M106 is not that far away. It's a few million light years distant, whereas some of the objects in here are a few hundred light years, a few 100 million light years away. Mr. Blackstone, hello from Ontario, Canada. Well, hello. I am formerly from Ontario, Canada. I'm currently in the east of England, here in the United Kingdom, and trying to share the night sky with you guys, but all these clouds get in the way. Oh yeah, the images that we had of Oumuamua, yeah, those were put together by Martin Kornmesser and Luis Calzada in the European Southern Observatory. And I have had the pleasure of speaking with Luis Calzada about what his role entails with designing visualizations for astronomy. I did speak with him in regards to a dissertation I wrote in university, and the importance of graphic design and digital illustration when it comes to discoveries in science and in astronomy, because much like with Oumuamua, we only saw that as it was already moving away, and it wasn't a great optical view at all. It was just a tiny point of light on the radar from the telescopes in Haleakala. So yeah, to be able to create a visualization of what is out there and accurately represent what we would be seeing in the optical view of things, you know, it's incredibly important that a lot of this data that comes through is correctly interpreted. You know, they are showing what the data is telling them. And I know that a lot of the early iterations of Oumuamua was almost more potato shaped before they realized it was more of a tumbling object, and it had to be more of that cigar-shaped object. So to see what the initial iterations of that design were, and then what it became, you know, that's the things that take time to come through, where science doesn't always happen like that. You know, there is the time that has to go into it. And I keep circling back to how, you know, a lot of things that are going on now that's in the news, good and bad, that we're experiencing a lot more of this in real time than we have in the past. So yeah, to be able to see just how they work with the data coming through for visualizations, it's incredibly interesting to see what they have. And I was speaking to him at the time, just as the images had been coming in from the Event Horizon telescope. So obviously there wasn't a lot that he could tell me at that point, but he was clearly very excited about the data that had come through there. So that was it wasn't even really an inside bit of information that I had, but just to be talking with somebody who is at the source of this information coming through was a bit of a cool connection. So when that image, when they were hyping it up, even that was really, that was like I had that little bit of a connection, a very, very tiny bit of connection with the knowledge of the Event Horizon telescope. So that was. I think that's very, very beneficial to have that conversation with them, and just how much they do and how careful they need to be as well with the information that's put out there. Because same thing with what I don't want to do here is give you guys any kind of baloney, any kind of BS answer, because that's not what I want to do. I want to foster knowledge and information and make sure that what I'm saying is as correct as possible, and if like I said before, if I don't know the answer, it gives me the opportunity to go back and research that and increase the knowledge that I have on astronomy and on astrophotography and what's going on out there, so that those of you who come to a question who are new to the hobby, that I want to be able to, if I can at least guide someone in the right direction, then I'm happy to do that. It's no way do I know enough. There's always more to learn about every aspect of this. So yeah, I'm happy to share this information with you guys and share the night sky with you whenever possible. Lux, you're going to head off. No worries. Sleep is more important. That is true. That is very true. You need to get some rest. Everybody does. Including this guy. So, those of you who are new to the channel, those of you who have just recently come in, thank you guys very much for joining in. I appreciate that so much. We have quickly risen to well over 500 followers since October. That's I appreciate that you guys are sticking around. I like seeing names cropping up more often, more frequently. It's great to see you guys coming in here, even if you're here for a short time. If you're just lurking, that's support enough. That's always enough. You don't need to. Please never ever feel that I'm not subscribed. I'm not donating bits. It doesn't mean I'm not that important. No, everybody's important in this channel. Even if you come up with even if someone has a flat Earth question, that's just an opportunity to kind of, unless they're genuinely just trolling, that's different. But if there's someone who wants a genuine question answered and they feel that what they had was the truth, I want to be able to, steer you in the right path of what's correct information, and just happy to have you guys on board. It's a really fun time doing this. I enjoy it to no end. I needed to have last night off for streaming, but I was glad to get back in tonight. I'm also glad that we got a few new interesting things on the channel as well. If you're looking at these little fingers that are on the screen right now, that's part of the heat map extension, so that when there is an object, you can click on the screen with your mouse, and you can let me know what you're looking at there, and if we want to have some more attention on that target, then we can kind of get some more information on there. So that's another level of interactivity. We're going to refine this a little bit, but this was the first night that we had it installed. We had it installed live on stream. That was a big help with Emre, with Astrophotography. And Yeah, I will. I gotta see, still hanging around in here, so I don't have to type out the name. Yes, he is still at least lurking. But yeah, give him a follow. He does astrophotography as well on Twitch and image processing, of which I didn't get around to tonight. But you know, these things happen. We'll blame Lux. But yeah, it's like I said before, no reason that you should feel obligated to have any kind of monetary contribution to the channel. It's like I said, just hanging out is support enough. So yeah, great to see new faces in the chat. Looking forward to meeting new friends in the future. Looking forward to seeing you guys coming back. Twitter and Discord and just the general follow, getting those notifications, will let you know when we are going live. Sometimes the streams can happen on a with very little notice if the weather is going to turn for the better. Right now, Thursday is looking like the next time we're going to have some chances for live astrophotography, and Thursday is also the scheduled landing of the Mars Perseverance rover. So that is going to happen at about 9 o'clock my time. It is currently 20 to 1 in the morning for me. I'm in the east of England, and we'll be on for that, whether or not it is going to be live astrophotography, to share that landing information coming through with the rover. Will be kind of exciting to watch. So we'll be doing that, and if any clear skies do crop up, we'll jump on a stream much earlier. But I do want to thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I do thank those who have subscribed, those who have resubscribed to the channel, and it's been a tremendous time, and thanking Midnight Rush for the raid, and the Luckiest Cat as well for the raid. Do we have any else tonight? I don't want to miss anybody out there. Like I said, we had 2 nice raids tonight. Appreciate that very much. Again, meeting some new friends, and yeah, I can't wait to see that Mars landing. It's watching the launch as well, and then being able to catch that landing, get that information coming through. It's going to be really exciting. It's an exciting time for space exploration as well right now, and watching the the test launches as well. That's really cool to be able to get that window into what goes into a rocket launch, and how much work goes into making sure that every launch and landing is going to be successful. Did you know anything about Ultima Thule? It's a weird shape in the Kuiper Belt. Don't know if that's that name. They have renamed it to Arakoth now. I did like the name Ultima Thule. It just seemed, I don't know, there's something kind of cool about it there. But yes, I was aware of the images that had come back from there. That was part of the New Horizons mission that had passed by Pluto, and then they kept on going towards Ultima Thule. And yeah, seeing that first image come through, and then realizing that it's more of 2 disc-shaped asteroids that had kind of come together like 2 hot marshmallows. That was a cool discovery, to see one of the farthest objects imaged, and just for the fact of how far away everything was, and that they made the target, again, is another incredible feat of human engineering as well. All right, let us see who we have available. Let's see. Right. Pass you guys over to All right, it won't be a massive impact, but well, now let's all right. Those of you who may not be familiar with this dude, he is a ridiculously crazy channel. He does all the things. He is a crazy, awesome streamer. Many hundreds of people on his stream, but it's more of to introduce you guys to the Sushi Dragon. And I hope you guys stick around for the raid there. It's more to for you guys to see someone who is making full use of everything possible within OBS and more things to do within streaming. So I use a very small portion of everything that you can use on here. It's very tiny, but at least he is a he's got some great energy. You never know what exactly is going to happen on the stream there. It's always very experimental. So bear that in mind. Hang around for a little bit, see what his stream is all about. So we'll pass you guys over to the Sushi Dragon. Drank 3 wheat beers this stream, ate bacon, and improved my suspension by 5%. Absolute success. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. Thank you guys for everything that you do. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good night, and we will see you soon. Take care. See, this is when you have to hit stop streaming. And stop streaming. I said stop